Good evening, guys. Another broadcast this Saturday evening. Hey, Huga, good to see you. And Guardian Prepping, good to see you too. Welcome, guys. I appreciate for joining my stream today. And we are 3 in the house. That's awesome, guys. So, anybody here who wants to join me and pop up, keep me company here, are welcome to do so. Thanks for coming. We wait a little bit more until more people will drop in, and then we get to the topic. So, the topic for today is find food when the food supplies is gone. But we wait with that for a couple of minutes. And we wait until more people join the stream. And don't forget, guys, to hit the thumbs up and share this stream out. That will help me a lot. Thank you for that. So, guys, how are you doing? How has your week been? I hope it has been great. Mine has been pretty busy. Well, Huga, the weather here is cloudy, raining, and maybe 6+ degrees Celsius in November, which is really odd for this time of the year. We usually have snow and cold temperatures, but obviously not. And it's raining here at the moment. Which is pretty odd and strange. Hey, welcome, Hendo 19742. Good to see you, Hendo. How are you doing, Hendo? I hope everything is okay with you. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. And I appreciate every one of you who joined my stream and my followers. You are awesome and you are my second family. Let's see. We have 3 in the house at the moment. Okay, that's awesome, Huga. Well, you need a new front door installed. Yeah, you need to change that sometimes. We will have a change of our front doors here as well. But they will do that from January next year to May. And it is a security door. So that will prevent burglaries and stand against fire a little bit better than the door I have now. How are you doing, Hendo? And Guardian, you wanna join me up here, buddy? It's pretty lonely up here now, so it would be awesome if you could join me up here, Guardian. So, we wait a couple of more minutes and see if there will be more people who will join. And then we can get to the topic. Okay, that's now I can see much better. Still 3 in the house. That's good. My week, by the way, has been pretty awkward, but it has been pretty nice and smooth, and I'm happy with this week so far. And by the way, we learn a new system at work which makes everything more complicated and more complex because it turns out to be more steps to learn than is needed from my point of view. Ah, 4 in the house. Awesome. I wonder who the 4th person might be. And 5 in the house. I think there is people who are lurking in the background. But it's awesome. 5 people. It's really awesome. Thanks for coming in. And as a reminder, don't forget to hit the thumbs up and share this stream out. That would help, definitely. That draws the attention to others to join the stream. So, Guardian, are you ready to join me, brother? And for you guys who don't know who I am ShadowScoutSwede. Anybody who want to join me up here? By the way, the link to the panel is pinned in the top of the chat. So just hit the hit the link and follow the instructions and join me up here. Six in the house. I wonder who joined the stream now. Please type in the chat so I know who you guys are. Anyone here who wants to join me on panel, feel free to hit the link in the top of the chat and join me. It's always hard to talk to when you're alone up here. It feels pretty odd and strange, but it's always easier when you have someone on the panel. That makes it more easy. But anyway, the topic is interesting, so hang around, guys. Four in the house. Well, I think we have to begin with a topic for today. Hey, LG, good to see you, brother. How are you doing, LG? Well, I think we can begin with a topic for today's stream. The topic for this stream is find food when the food supplies is gone. And this topic I got from Uncle Al, or Diebol Frog 79 for you who don't know who Uncle Al is. And it is a very, very good topic. Well, you have your food supplies and your water supplies stocked up. But those supplies will not last forever. Okay, Ann, no problem. Thanks for coming in, even if it's for 5 minutes, but I understand. Yeah, LG, I'm glad to see you. And I'm glad to have you here too. Where were I? Oh, your food and water supplies will not last forever. They will run out sooner or later. The problem is to find new food, find new water. Well, you might have a new garden. You might have your garden, but if there is a really, really hot year and your food supplies runs out, and grid is down, everything is down. Yes, and I agree. That's true. Our time, it's different. I agree with that. Hey, White Family Farm, good to see you. If you want to join me up here, Courtney, you can feel free to do so. So let's say everything is down for a long term. In your supplies run, you run out of supplies, and you have your garden. And you have the bad luck that your supplies run out in a drought. Drought, sorry. Yeah, it is a year when it's so hot. It's hard to make your garden grow. So, how do you find food when your supplies are out? Well, there are two couple of options you have: fishing, hunting, and foraging what you can find in the woods, or even in the mountains as well. If you live nearby the mountains, so hunting, fishing, foraging. That is the top three options you have. So if that is, yeah, who got trapping small games are a good idea too, which is hunting. Um, it goes under the hunting. Trapping small games, yeah. But also need to find a good water source that with drinkable water. So it's possibly you can have those real bad heat waves that will make the water sources very low. So, but I agree, Huga, trapping small game is a good idea. Okay, White Family. Okay, Courtney, no problem. Ah, eating dinner. Well, you have to do that too. By the way, what do you have for dinner? But anyway, that can be okay, Courtney. That sounds like a real good dinner, my friend. That will definitely fill you up. The problem is you don't only need meat and fat, you also need other things because you can't only live on only meat. You need to have some get some vitamins and minerals from other sources. Hey, Fishing Frustrations UK, good to see you, brother. Long time no see. It's good to see you, my friend. The tricky part is when it comes to plants, especially edible plants, is that you need to know exactly what kind of plant it is. Because if you take the wrong plant, you will have a bad, bad day. Oh, congratulations, Fishing Frustrations. That's awesome. That is really awesome. That makes everything easier for you. Made everything on the grill. Yep, that works too. Rumpadora, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Anybody who wants to join me up here, it makes things a little bit easier. Okay, Rampa. Well, you need your beauty sleep too. That's important. But anyway, welcome, Anne Marie. Nail. We swap out fruit and vegetables with our neighbor. Yeah, but the problem will be, well, it's a good idea as long as you don't have a drought that make less fruit. So, but otherwise, it's good to swap out fruit. Oh, early morning. Oh boy. Yeah, I understand that, Rampa. No problem. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Long time no see. Well, I saw you a couple of hours ago, but hey, Startala, good to see you, man. CR, do you want to join me up here? It begins to feel a little bit lonely up here. LG. I think the most available foods may be wild edibles because the most people think they are just weeds and they will be what's left. Yeah, I agree. But In that case, you need to know exactly what you can eat and find the right plants. With others, call it weeds. Wild chives, onions. Okay, thank you for that, Rampadora. I appreciate that. But wild edibles are seasonal. Little hard with the snow everywhere, though. I agree with you. That is another problem that needs to be solved. In that case, you have to forage what you can in the summertime and at the early springtime, and find what you can and preserve it as best as you can. So you are correct. Little house in the big woods. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. No, I agree. Creative. Don't run out of food in winter. That, that would be a bad idea. Yeah, I'll run out of food. Yeah. Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for coming in and join me here this Saturday evening. Anybody who wants to join me here? CR, Guardian, anyone? So, how are you doing, little house in the big woods? I hope everything is okay with you. Yeah, you could do some ice fishing and trapping in the winter time is a good idea. Got 7 inches of snow yesterday. Oh boy, we have no snow. We have 6 or 7 plus degrees Celsius here and rain in November when we normally usually have sub-zero degrees and snow. Power was out for 5 hours. That's a pretty long time. 1 inch, 2.54 centimeters. Okay. Thanks for that, CR. Thanks for converting it. Yeah. LG, creative. Agreed, but that's when you stock up on the wild edibles during the growing months for the non-growing months. Exactly, exactly. And it's not only food, and then you need to water you can will run out of. Uh, you will also run out of medications. You need to find some medicinal herbs uh, that can be a help. But for some diseases, there are no plans for it, so that would be pretty tough. I never tried rosehip tea, but pine needle tea I have actually tried. Very tasty. Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Jordan. Only problem with a lot of people think, like I said, when your food supply runs out, hopefully it's in the summertime, not in the winter. It's going to be
Exactly.
really hard to find food. I keep telling people, if you,
Especially if it's a heat wave, really hot, and you get a drought.
right, or worse, it's a cold spell and it's like, gee, I wonder what kind of plants I could find under 8 meters of snow. Little hard.
It's a little bit hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, quiet listener, Victoria, good to see you, ma'am.
Like I said, if you're going to do hunting and fishing, get the skills and stuff, know your area, know your animals. But that's only a small portion of what you need to survive. In the summer, you should be planting everything you can to preserve for the long winter. Because right now, uh, how can I explain this? We're having seasonal shifts, because Jordan just says, how warm is it over in Sweden?
I can check that now, by the way.
You see, I'm in California. I'm wearing a sweatshirt, and it's like I had the heater on.
Well, I can show you the temperatures for Sunday. Rain and plus degrees.
Right. But normally you're supposed to have snow.
In November, yes, the temperature should be below sub zero. And snow. Do I see snow? No, we have rain today.
Right. Pretty soon you'll be wearing swimsuits and short pants.
Indeed.
Over here, we got snow already on the Sierras. And hi,
Yeah,
LG. Hi, Thorhaven. Hi, everybody. So, like I said, stock up. And a lot of you planning to do indoor gardening or hydroponics, let me warn you, you have a whole different group of problems. And a lot of you like, wait, I'm growing tomatoes. That's
yeah.
not going to really feed you for the whole winter. Can you imagine eating a handful of tomatoes every day? Yeah, I'm eating tomatoes. Are we still alive?
Yeah, we are still alive and
Okay.
alive.
Yep. So I make a list. Okay. 6 vegetables for 2023. You got yams and potatoes. And I think Jordan's in the proper area where he can grow a variety of potato for Sweden. Yams, you have to be tropical, or where I live, hot as hell. Corn, you could go with for Sweden, there's a flit variety, has a fast growing pace. It's a small corn. Not everybody forget about popcorn. It's about this size for Sweden. It's a
Baby corn.
not baby corn. It's more like a flint or a dent designed for Sweden for horse feed because originally corn was used for feed, and a lot of people in Ireland refused to eat it because they thought it was, why are they giving us horse food instead of potatoes? And they starved to death. And then all sorts of cabbages. I tell a lot
Yeah.
of people, cabbage is a big thing. Don't go bad. You got to have stockpiles of cabbage in the hallway, in the bathroom, um, in the
Hey,
food stores.
Dojo. Good to see you, brother.
Hey. And then if you're in a little bit warmer climates like France, you can have pumpkins and hard shell squash, beans of all varieties, both green and dry, and tomato or eggplant. A lot of people prefer growing tomatoes. You could drink a glass of tomato juice. You don't want to drink a glass of eggplant juice. Eee. Okay? And those will
Yeah.
keep you alive right there, folks.
Not even Thor have any snow yet. Not even a snowflake.
Nope.
Sometimes we already had a foot or two. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's a lot of thermal belts out there. I'm telling a lot of people, it's right now it's washing machine weather. We're getting snow in the Sierras, and I got tomorrow morning. It's going to be 30 where I live. We never get 30. I live in the desert, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then another proof of it is I grow a lot of cabbage, and I make kimchi. I pickles this stuff.
Yeah, I heard about kimchi.
Yep. So, like I said, you could make sauerkraut. You could dry cabbage. I did follow one recipe where you could dry cabbage, and I'm looking at it like drying cabbage. That sounds weird, but they did it with a certain type of cabbage. For in the old days, when you have dried goods, you could put it in soup, stews. You could eat it as is, but you drink a lot of water or tea. It cleans you right out because you're eating dried cabbage and it's salted a little bit. So, it's like potato chips. You eat one, you eat another one, you eat another one, then you drink a whole bunch of water, and next thing you know, you're running to the bathroom a lot.
Yeah.
So, how
Hey,
you do?
Garden State Gardener.
Hey, Joe. So, how are you doing on your food storage?
Oh, well, at the moment, it just go a little bit slow because I had this huge bill I had to, when it comes to taxes, I had to pay back almost for $600.
Oh,
So,
Lord.
yeah,
That's the only thing I hate in life is taxes, folks. Deaths and taxes. You can't skip either one. They always come back to get you. But he's
so,
dead.
yeah.
Go ahead,
So,
Jordan.
so I had, and the food are going up in the price. Uh, and the electricity has gone up in price. So I had to, well, buy a flashlight and for me and my wife, and a utility knife. So that was what I could afford at the moment. Next month, I probably can buy some more food and stock up with.
Well, I think in Sweden, your best buy is pulses like beans, peas, butter beans. I'm trying to think what's available in Sweden right now.
Kidney beans, white beans, black beans, brown beans.
Cannellini.
Uh, yeah, those beans too.
Yeah, because
Um,
pulses and beans are the best buy. Peas, it gets a little weird in Sweden on peas. You got a lot of peas or lentils?
I can buy lentils and chickpeas. I can,
Because the nice thing about lentils and chickpeas, you could grind it up into flour. If you
yeah,
got a hammer, let's see, got a hammer? Not a problem. Make flour out of chickpeas.
and make chickpea bread.
Bread or soup or pancakes. I have a really good chickpea pancake recipe. It takes, you could use dehydrated eggs or you could use, um, which is, I can't remember. Somebody told me in my vegan community how to do it, and it's some kind of bean water or, and it comes out really nice and fluffy. So it's a pancake made out of chickpeas, vanilla, cinnamon, and either if you get two fresh eggs, it'd be a lot better, and a little bit of baking soda, and you get a nice crispy pancake. Oh,
Thank you,
there.
Guardian. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Guardian Prepper. Everybody, make sure you go back and check out his videos on the 10 things that might kill us. Uncle Al narrows it down to 3: plastic, pesticide, and pollutants. Real simple. That way you don't know what's killing you. Like, what's in my chicken sandwich? Oh, it's full of pesticides and pollutants and microplastics. And then let's see.
LG says you have a vegan community. Please share, and it is chickpea water, aka aquafaba.
That's it. Yeah, like I said, I have a lot of people who are Buddhists or certain types of religions. They can't eat meat. So you have to have a vegan type of meal. I am frying up for these elderly people who are vegan. Uh, Kiona or Winona. It's like a little pancake and it's friable and it's totally vegan. There's no meat in it. It has,
Hey, Dorcas, good to see you.
right, it has
And
vegetables
thank
in
you,
it.
Guardian, for the
Yep.
super sticker. I appreciate that.
Every bit helps. Has, let's see, green onions, has Winona in it, or I can't pronounce it. You know what I mean.
Quinoa.
Kiowa, that's it. Is it Kiowa or quite?
I, it spells Q.
Quinna?
No, Quinoa.
Yeah,
I can I can see if I can find it.
I just can't spell it or pronounce it. But anyway, I use that and a little bit of tofu, and it comes out really nice. And make little patties out of it, and I make a bunch. And also, I put carrots in it too.
Let's see. Quinoa. There we have it. Yeah, quinoa.
Yep.
I
Also,
love
this
that.
is, yeah, it's a great filler for everything else. You can put it in dumplings, you can stuff things with it. I made sausage out of it one time. It's a vegan sausage, and it's a textured stuffing shell. And you
Yeah,
put in that and a few other herbs and spices. I use a lot of rosemary and sage, so you can't really tell. And people wondering what they're eating, I tell them it's a vegan sausage, and they kind of look at me like, It tastes like a regular sausage. Yeah, but I don't use any animal fat or protein. It's all vegan. And also, if you cook it in peanut oil, it's even better.
So quinoa, I pronounce it quinoa. So, and I had it in a salad, and trust me, that fills you definitely up.
Oh, yeah. So, like I said, you could do a lot of things in it. You could put it in soup, salads. I made a cake one time out of it because it's a non texture binding one. It's a beautiful, it makes beautiful cakes. Also, pancake. And what else? Oh, I make this little, whatchamacallit? It's like a cookie. It's kind of
Okay.
crunchy. Yeah, kind of crunchy and crispy. But I use a lot of molasses. But those are the types of grains you want to stockpile because it'll stretch out your meal. Because I know, Jordan, you're a vegetarian, right?
Yeah,
But you still eat fish.
yeah. Fish, egg.
Yeah, eggs are going to be hard. Fish is not that hard because in Sweden, because they're near Norway, you can pick up salted cod, not the little jar one. We're talking if you ever eat Norwegian sorted cod that's been dried during the winter and salted, it's harder than a two by four. You have to use one of these to break it up because I did. It took me a week into bite sized pieces and soak it in the water. Then it'll soften a lot. Trust me.
And then you need, when you get it softened up, you need probably to fry it or bake it in the oven.
More likely stew it because I tried
Okay.
baking it. Uh, not good unless you put a lot of cream sauce on it. It's like okay. I tried another Icelandic delicacy, fermented shark.
Yeah, I
You
heard about that.
they could keep it. I ate
Yeah,
rotten cheese before. That was a lot better than eating fermented shark because
yeah, fermented shark. They bury the meat for months under the ground. So,
and
oh,
then dig it up and serve it to you on a Ritz cracker. Yeah, it's good for you. You could try it.
yeah.
So, like I said, folks, if you're getting ready and serious about surviving after on what you call, especially if you're doing vegan, you better stockpile a lot and you better have a big garden because, like I said, pumpkins and I know a few kinds of turnips and radishes will do good and supply you with 80% of what you need. Of course, the turnip thing drives me crazy because everybody plants the wrong kind of turnip. Because I have friends of mine who plants turnips for deer. Deer don't go after the bulb of the turnip. Only bears and raccoons does. And so he has like fields of the deer go through it and eat the tops of it. I said, dig up the turnip. And you can fry turnip in vegetable oil and it comes out just as crispy as hash browns. Or you can bake it like a baked potato. Yeah, squash grows like hellfire if you get the hard shell variety. Yeah, winter squash. That's the hard shell variety, folks. You don't want the summer squash that's too soft.
Uh, we
Yep.
sell butter. We sell those butternuts here in Sweden, which is pretty funny because I never seen it before until I got to the grocery store and find them at my work. I never tasted that, so I don't know how even to cook it. So,
Oh, it's easy. You just slice it, hollow it up, bake it, and you can put in whatever filling you like. I put again the word. I'll use couscous. You can put couscous and mushrooms in it and herbs, a little garlic, and then just
Okay,
eat.
that sounds good.
Yeah, because I know the survival way we used to do it with butternut is to cut it in thin slices and dry it, dehydrate it, and it comes out great for chips. Oh yeah, that's also good too. One turnip, kohlrabi, and a green apple. It makes a great
Well,
coleslaw. I wouldn't
I'm
use
not familiar with kohlrabi. I'm not familiar with that.
it's a vegetable this big. It's kind of has a brown skin on it, but it has a nice flesh inside. Very mild tasting. Usually I eat that instead of apples.
Ah,
I got a sandwich.
well,
It's
I'm
my
filled up already, so I'm okay.
yeah, because this is my second lunch because I am busy. It's like I went shopping all over the place because the first of the month I help out elderly and disabled people go shopping.
Yeah.
Okay, take them to the grocery store, take them back home so they don't get attacked, mugged, have their food stolen or their wallets. Okay, I live in California, so that's a shame about California. The police don't do anything. And if you're an elderly person or in a wheelchair and somebody takes your groceries, they won't get food stamps. They said, "Well, you already spent your food stamps. Tough luck."
So,
That
what
means
do you think about black roots?
okay.
We
Black
sell
roots.
black. We sell black roots in our grocery store. Um,
You have to give me a photo of it because I'm trying to remember for
yeah,
yeah. I know it's a type of vegetable.
yeah, it is.
I can't remember how to cook it.
I'm gonna
It's
present.
mostly in Finland and Sweden and Norway. You see black roots. Sometimes in Denmark. I'm trying to think how you cook that.
This is black root.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Are you sure it's not burdock?
No, it's black root.
Black root.
It says black root here.
Do you know what family? Is it like licorice or
Scorsonera.
it's a weird genus, but yeah, I know how to cook burdock, but black root throws me off for some reason.
Yeah, black root looks like that on the inside. So we sell these.
Right. Yeah, it's a herb. I'm trying to think how do you cook it?
I have no idea. I never tried black root, so
You
I
can't eat
can't
this. I
tell.
know the skin texture. You can't eat the skin. It's the center you eat.
Yeah,
But I can't
I
remember
figured
how.
that out.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to cook it. It's like burdock. You don't eat the skin. Trust me.
Hey, TMS Entertainment. Welcome, my friend. Good to
Yeah,
see you.
yeah. Well, like LG, it's not common out of the Scandinavian countries. I heard about it in Denmark, and I heard about it in Finland.
Uh,
I wonder
this
if
is
they.
black roots when they pick them up from the soil.
I think it. I can't make a good judgment on it. It could be like the licorice root or carrot root, but that doesn't match together. Do you have a cooking dish that uses it?
Not what I know of.
Go down a little bit. I think I saw something. They had a bottle of extract to on the bottom right.
Here we have black root facts and health benefits.
Okay, I see a tonic.
Blackroot, Culver's root, scientifically known as Veronicastrum virginicum, is an erect perennial herb belonging to the, oh boy, more Latin,
Yeah.
scrub, I can't even pronounce that, or the figwort family.
Ooh.
Figwort family. The plant is native to the United States from southern Maine to northwest Florida to northern Louisiana up through Minnesota and going over the Canadian border a little bit.
I wonder why it came out so big in Sweden.
I have no idea. Some of the most common names given to it are Culver's root, Culver's Culver's Bowman's root, Blackroot, and tall speedwell, Beaumont's root, Brinton root, Heaney lip tundra, Uxadoddy, purple lip tundra, tall Veronica, and Worlywort.
Yeah, Thor Haben's right. You're not supposed to give that root to babies.
Uh,
It's a medicinal herb, folks. Medical use. So you don't want to feed that root to babies. I'm still trying to figure out how to cook it.
yeah, I figured that out too because I never. Um,
Yeah, Willow's an old movie. I remember that. That's when I was
yeah,
young.
he said that it gives hair on your chest. You get
Yeah.
hair on your chest. Hey, Eleonora doesn't need hair on her chest. Um,
1 second.
Culver's root has been used medicinally for liver disorders and constipation. Uh, it is occasionally considered when compounding a formula for the liver, gallbladder to treat constipation, colitis, gallstones, and hepatitis. Beaumont's root was used medicinally by several native North American Indian tribes who used it to treat a variety of complaints. It is still occasionally used in modern herbalism, mainly for its effects upon the liver and bile production. Root is anodyne, cathartic, emetic, hepatic, laxative, and tonic. Fresh root is a violent, cathartic, and possibly emetic. The dried root is milder in its action but less certain. Root also gently excites the liver and increases the flow of bile. An infusion has been used in the treatment of diarrhea, coughs, chills, and fevers, and also to ease the pain of backaches. Tea made from the roots is strongly laxative. It is also used to treat headache, back pain, anorexia, depression, chills, and flatulence. Native American tribe Chippewa used the root in the form of a blood sanitizer.
Yeah,
Okay, didn't know.
I don't think we can eat that too often. And we
Herbalists
got a
used the
bot, folks. If anybody can knock out sex fine info, that's a bot. Just delete them. I don't have my other keyboard with me.
Well, I copy this link and put it in the chat so you guys can read it for yourself. I think that is much easier. Um,
Yeah, but it's a bot and it's not a good one either. If you want to mess up your computer, keep it on, folks. But anyway, like I said, on blackroot, I don't think you can eat that one. Burdock, you can. Blackroot, I think it's just a medication type of herb. So I guess a lot of elderly people in Sweden's using it for medicinal purposes.
and that makes me, if we are using it for medicinal purposes,
Right.
how come why we sell it in a grocery store then? We sell them as whole roots, not chopped up.
Yeah. I have no idea. Hi, CV. And let's see, that's Hugo Homestead. So, like I said, folks, there's a lot of vegetables you could plant out for indoor gardens right now where Jordan's at. If you have a grow light, you can grow carrots, radishes. You grow a lot of microgreens. You could also sprout, which is really easy. All you need is a jar and a little screen. You had sprouts before, right, Jordan?
What? Say it again.
Sprouts?
Sprouts. Yeah,
Yeah, when you like get a sandwich or something.
yeah. I love that.
Yeah,
Very
easy.
nutritional.
Yeah, and easy to do. You could do it at home.
Yeah. When I was a kid, me and my mom, we did that. So, but that
Yeah,
was many years ago. So,
it's easy. It's a jar with a little screen.
yeah,
A lot of people looks hard. No, it isn't. Hard is trying to grow microgreens in a little planter and watch the birds come by, eat everything you planted. That drives me nuts. I had like a big planter, enough to grow about this high microgreens. Next day, look out there. There's every bird species out there, from crows, pigeons, ravens, blue jays, robins, you name it. They're in my microgreen bed having a field day eating up all my vegetables, my micro vegetables. It's like, yeah, you have to CR's right. You have to diversify to find more other foods.
yeah,
And don't forget, you look at your traditional foods of your country. America and Canada is like,
yeah.
yeah,
Canada and U.S. has a lot of different types of food because you have much larger uh,
no,
population
but
of different from different cultures. So
right,
that's why you have a huge mix of different types of food.
ethnic foods.
Yeah,
Because in my area, it's mostly Mexican or Indian or it's Southeast Asian or Japanese or Chinese. And then when you move to other parts of the country, it's less and less. It's more German or Irish or Scottish or Native American. It depends what your cluster of population is.
exactly. I hope I didn't miss anybody here.
Thorhaven said he did sprouts weekly in a 500 milliliter wide mouth jar.
Yeah,
Good. Yeah, sprouts are easy, folks. You could do it, and the birds don't eat it because it's in your house.
yeah. Unless if you have cats, they can eat it.
Yeah, I know. I had a pot. I was growing microgreens, and I was watching my neighbor's cat. I'm like, I thought I had roaches or something because I keep looking at the pot. I'm like, where in the heck's my microgreens? Then I find out, look, the cat was on the the windowsill, eating away, munching away, and I'm watching the cat. I'm like, okay, it's time to go home, cat, because I got it up to about this tall, and then I come back the next day. There's not a single plant in there.
Welcome, Balut John. Good to see you, brother.
Oh, we got another Californian. Howdy, neighbor.
I'm back, quietly listening. Had to make breakfast. Of course, you need to eat too. You need to eat too, Victoria.
Yeah,
Eat if you're hungry.
yeah. And then let's see. Used to make deer jerky. Dried meat's very
Dear,
popular. Also, I keep telling people you got to know how to dry it and salt it because I salt a lot of things. And I know Jordan knows what I'm talking about. Salted herrings.
yeah.
You ever had those?
Oh, yeah, they are super salt.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you need to clean them off in water and get them rid of the most of the salt because otherwise
You
I
can't
did the
eat it.
mistake. I did the mistake not to do that. I just well, just a little bit quick to clean them off a little bit and then put them in the frying pan. Oh Lord, that was so salt.
It.
Uh,
I know what George. I did the same mistake. You have to
my
soak it
mouth
out.
burned up.
Yeah, it's so salty that your eyeballs curl back, right, Jordan?
Yeah.
You have to soak it out when you're doing salted herring.
You need to soak it out, or otherwise you can't eat it. It's like when they salted in fish on the 1500 on the ships, the sailing ships. They salted in meat and fish, and believe me, that is salty.
Oh yeah, real
That's
salt.
why they drank a lot of beer. To
Because you can't drink water with it. Trust me, doesn't
uh,
work. Another thing is favorite in Sweden is pickling fish. Right?
yeah,
It's like I had cream herring, I had pickle herring, I had herring with onions and those little spices. I can't think of the word.
hey
Hey,
Matt.
hey Matt, everybody check out Second Star Survival when you can. Yeah, let's see. Yeah,
Yeah,
Impossible Burger and potato patty with vegan gravy. That sounds good.
yeah, Baluchan, the Filipinos are. You can learn a lot from them.
Yep.
Trust me. They have lived through really, really hard times, and
Yeah.
they can. They don't have nothing except for a machete. And you know what? They can build a whole house with only a machete.
Right. They had that what before they took it off, they had a YouTube channel where the guy had a not a machete, but the other one. Um, I can't think of the word. A bolo type
Yeah,
of machete. He built a nice house. Had even a toilet and everything.
yeah. Try the salted Viking fish snacks from Iceland. It's really dry and like eating salt.
Ugh.
No.
I know what he's talking about. No, no, no.
I think you can teach poor women to live rich, but can't teach a rich woman to live poor. No, that's true.
True.
It's good to see you, Matt. How are you doing? How are you doing, brother? LG says, Balut John, maybe, but I think it's more of you can't teach a spoiled woman to live poor. Uh, yeah. Hey, Bob Burger, good to see you. Hey, good to see you, sis. How are you doing, Bob Burger? I'm doing good, Matt. I'm doing really good. And thank you for the thumbs up, Bob Burger. I appreciate that.
If you want to help out, excuse me. If you want to help out Jordan, please hit the like button. I don't have anything to see anything. 1 second.
No problem, Uncle L.
There we go.
Yeah,
Like I
there
said,
we go.
like I
Like
said,
you
so,
said.
um, pickling fish is another aspect, and it gets really weird, right, Jordan?
Yeah,
Of course, I'm more with Mediterranean foods. You haven't
yeah,
lived until you have octopus in olive oil or ink or garlic. Whoa. I thought, I'm Asian. I can eat octopus. I was wrong. It's like, this is strong. That's why you
yeah,
have a lot of vino.
yeah. To soften it up a little bit.
Oh no, the get rid of the pickling taste because
Yeah.
I'm used to. Oh, there's John. Hey, John.
Hey, John. Good to see you, brother. Long time no see. That is not often I see you around, but thanks for coming in.
Yep. I gotta check the time. I got another run I gotta do at 1:30
Okay.
because I'm doing grocery runs. I got the heating pad. I sit down and look at the fish. I'm tired. It's the fifth, and I'm doing another run.
Yeah.
If you want to help out your elderly and disabled adults because they need the help this time of year. Sometimes they can't get to the grocery store and need somebody to drive them or somebody to watch their back while they're loading groceries.
Sake for the wine. Rice wine. I love sake.
I'll do both. I used to do death charges. That's sake and whatchamacallit, Japanese beer, and you just put a little in there, and not a problem. Also, I used to drink King Cobra and the other malt liquor from Canada. I can't pronounce it. If you want
Well,
to be tough, drink malt liquor. That got a kick to it. I can't think of the Swedish equivalent to malt beer.
yeah, probably.
I don't know the word for it.
Thank you, Balut John, for the super sticker.
Oh, that's great, John. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And if anybody doesn't know about let's see, probably that's why I had damaged kidneys and a bad liver. Balut, if Balut John, if anybody knows what balut is, it's either a chicken egg or a duck egg, and it has a baby chick. And after it gets so big inside, we tend to cook it in a special broth, and then you eat the whatchamacallit. I forget for duck. I think it's like 18 days developed, and you put the special sauce in it, and you slurp down the
I heard 2 weeks.
yeah, roughly. It depends. If it still has feathers and peeping, you're on the right track. I can't do that anymore. I lost too many teeth.
Feeding my chickens a treat of dates and pumpkin today.
Oh, that's
Okay,
good.
that's good.
That's also another food for the chickens. Is you grow a lot of pumpkins, and you could chop that up, and they'll eat it, and it's good for them. Yeah, in Canada, I tried one of those malt sodas. Yeah, I thought, boy, this has a kick. It's stronger than beer.
Yeah, some mead is pretty strong too.
Oh yeah.
There are
Eh,
two versions, one for the adults and one for the kids. The one for the kids are not that strong
now,
as for the adults.
right, the kids is like 1%, and the adults is like 10 or 15. Jordan.
Yeah, please, John. Yeah,
Yeah, come on
what
in, John.
what were you saying, Al?
The percentage of alcohol and the kids ones on the meat is like 1% of alcohol, and the adults
I
is
have
like
no
10
idea.
to 15.
I have no idea, but it's pretty strong for the adults.
Yeah, when you see them and you take a glass and it's foaming, and next thing they're on the floor. Yeah,
Oh, I gave my son this adult one, adult version. Oh, great.
yeah, they hit the floor really quick if you give the adult version.
Yeah. The reason I know there is two versions because at the Viking Age they made two kind of meats. The not that strong in the stronger ones for the adults, and so that's why I know it.
Right, because also nobody wants to drink the water during the Viking Age. Oh my God,
Hey, John.
it's
Hey guys,
John. Long time no see. I thought
Yeah,
the
long
aliens
time
have
no
taken
see.
you.
did I do that
I,
right? There we go.
yep. I thought the
All
aliens
right,
had
cool.
taken you.
No, just some probing, I guess. They didn't want me and they sent me back down. How are you guys doing?
Still
We are
here.
doing good.
Very good, very good.
Finally getting
I
my. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm interested to hear what's going on.
I'm finally getting my numbers back up after they've been purging me left to right. I started with
Wait,
yeah
cholesterol numbers?
no subscriber numbers.
Oh, good. Okay, all
Remember,
right.
I used to have 5,000, and then I'm like, after the first purge, the second purge, the fourth purge, the eighth purge.
Oh, they got you, huh?
Oh, they got me
Yeah.
bad.
Oh no.
I'm back up to 1,500. If I get 4 more subscribers, that's
Yeah,
3 years of work.
That
yeah,
I remember when you were hovering at like around 800 for the longest time.
Yeah,
Was it 800 or like 4 or 500? Because YouTube was just not sure about you for some reason. I don't know why.
I
Go
have no I
figure.
have no
yeah.
idea.
I think when I first find Uncle Al's channel, I believe he had 458, 500, somewhere around
Yeah.
that
Yep.
number. And you stuck on that number, I don't know for how long.
Right. That was after the purge. It's like I had 5,000. Now I'm back to 350 or 500. It's like, and every other week, as I gain more subscribers, I keep, you have lost 249 watch hours. You have lost 600 subscribers. You
did
have
they
lost. Yeah, I'm not kidding. They
did
were
they take away the watch hours?
oh, big time. When I checked my analytics this morning,
Yeah.
they took away 375 watch hours.
Wow.
They don't
That
like me for.
sucked. Wow. I didn't know they could do that.
Oh yeah, they do that. They don't like me because I told them where the real company headquarters were.
Yeah, you're the ultimate.
Okay, what
Hmm?
I have learned about the watch hours is that every 12 months, the oldest watch hour, when the next month, when the 13th month comes, they take that oldest watch hours away from you. So that's why you need to always keep uploading, and I
Right.
know it
Oh,
sucks, but
But the problem is the AI takes away your watch hours if it doesn't follow the certain pattern. So you lose those watch hours. Like, I know the secret location of YouTube, and then you spread it out, and then okay, another 700 watch hours disappeared.
yeah,
And
just like that.
I won't say it because Jordan might get zapped, so I won't say it. But it's in the country between Mongolia and Japan.
Yeah, yeah. I know that country well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because hey,
By the way, hi to Creative Redundancy, and I know I didn't say hi to Jordan. It's good to see you. I'm sorry, I didn't say hello. I apologize. I think I got right
no
into it with
problem.
Uncle Al.
yep.
Oh man. Well, you guys are looking well. Uncle Al, you look good.
Oh yeah, losing weight. Got
You
to do surgery, take out the microplastics out of my guts. Yeah.
really?
Let's see, or
Wow.
bullets. I can't remember. They found some kind of lump in my intestines. It could be buckshot. It could be whatever I ate last time and it died there.
That's true. With you, it's either one. It could be buckshot. It could be what you ate.
Or it could be
You're one of the
something.
few people who can say that, and people will go, he's right. It could be either one.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy goes to church, yet he likes the ladies. And so
Yeah, but like I said, Balut John is correct on Facebook because Facebook is run by the country between Mongolia and Japan
yeah,
because they own total ownership, and also they're the second. Like I said, there's certain companies in 2025 is going to get investigated seriously.
you think so?
And I tell a lot of people, if you're an influencer on those platforms, get a lawyer.
What platforms?
What?
Which platforms? You mean just the
All
ones
of them.
from? Okay, like the
All
ones
of
that
them.
go. That one?
Or what is it, or what what?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
What's up?
because every platform has some kind of devious back door to
Yeah.
gather information. And right now, remember the old TV show, the Prisoner with Patrick McGowan?
Nope. No.
It's probably before your time. I think you were
Probably.
born before it, or born afterwards. And there's Hugo Homestead. Everybody check out Hugo Homestead. I knew her in the old days
I don't know who
when
that is.
I still have her listed as CB. I'm the only subscriber under her old
Stevie.
name. Yep.
Okay.
That was John's era.
Wait. CB?
Yeah, that was her old handle.
CB Homestead? Or
Yeah,
just CB?
it's CB.
Okay.
Then she changed it to Hugo Homestead.
All right. Sorry about that.
It's all right. It's been a while, John. It's been ages.
It took me a while to figure out what I was doing to get on here.
But like I said,
now you're on here, so
Now I can't get off. I don't know what to do.
not to worry, John. So how's the inflation hitting you on the pocketbook for food?
Food wise, I guess for most people it's at around 12. We're at about 7%. We have a store here called Aldi, which is a German-run store, and it just moved in next to us. So the prices are lower, and I love going there. By the way, it's great. Saves you money. They cut corners here and there, but quality's good. And so I'm thinking I'm around 7%. I just had this discussion with my wife.
Right.
But everyone else is still charging through the roof. The big chain stores are getting richer, and they're just, this inflation thing. Look at the record profits of companies going on here. Wow. Right.
Because remember, John, we had the same discussion about 3 years ago about the two forms of inflation. One was supply and demand, and the other one was caused by the government.
Yeah, you were on one of our shows, I think.
Right. It was a big live stream, and Yankee was on it. I was on it. You were on it. And I can't remember the third person.
It was probably Budget Bushcraft. He was sitting in the corner drinking.
Yeah, I think so too.
But what's up, Blue John? Garden prepping. Good to see you guys. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I
Yeah,
said
Guardian
hi.
Prepping is from South Africa, so that's nice.
I remember. That's right. He was on a panel last time I was on. I think
Yep.
I
Yep,
stopped in
exactly.
to say hello. Yep. Okay.
But
My
like I
brain's
said,
not totally gone.
no problem. Like I said, folks, the big thing is inflation. And this one, like John, we were talking about earlier 3 years ago, this is caused by government. Supply and demand was caused by the red dragon last year and the year before. Now we're slowly catching up, and that kind of inflation will go away. But the one that's
Well,
caused, yeah, the one that's caused by the government, overspending and also overprinting of money, that doesn't go away. I can't remember what the term John used.
I forget what it was, but I'm going through that right now. Oh, you don't have to. I'm doing coin collecting, so I'm checking out the numbers of what's been printed each year, and I'm just my first question, as you had said, or yeah, Uncle Al, what you had just said is what I'm asking too is how many coins and things were actually produced during 2020, then 2021. I want to see their adjustments on what they produce because we went through a change shortage. You know, nobody wanted to touch change. And I'm still trying to figure that one out. But one of the biggest things that I see with inflation right now is that we're living in a very digital age, and everybody is like, on to problem 375. Yet our economy, which still in real time has to get things, from one place to another, is catching up. And we're still recovering from 2020, and there are countries like the Big Red Dragon, as you say, which is appropriate, and they're still not caught up. They are still with that zero, tolerance sort of thing. Every time something happens there, and they're not caught up. And so what we're seeing is a really interesting. It's a watershed. So watersheds, a whole bunch of water comes in one way and it's transferred another way, and that's what we're going through. It's very interesting and polarized sides of looking at things completely. There's no like middle ground. It's very polarized. We have a lot of weird stuff going on right now, and it's going to be very interesting to see where things fall in the world. This isn't
Right.
America.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
this is the
I
world.
have some news for you guys.
Mm.
I read in the newspaper at work, and you know what I found out? It said people in Stockholm went to a nature preserve, which is protected area. You can't cut some branches or cut down a tree or anything like that because it's protected area. You know what? People went there and cut down trees for wood.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to do that
And that
at all.
and that people begin to steal wood here in Sweden. Because why? The prices on wood has gone up.
Yeah. Well, I
And
have
now
to. Yeah. Good.
this winter will be probably very cold, and with the electric prices are gone through the roof for most people, especially those who have houses.
Mhm.
They can't handle it, so they need to cut down on the electricity. So they need to use the wood to create heat in their homes. So,
Yeah.
but they can't buy wood because it's too expensive, and they can't buy enough wood to provide them for a certain amount of time. So that's why they begin to go and steal that. And now they have called in more rangers to keep an eye on that. And if you get caught with that, you can fine about up to 50,000 crowns. That's about
Wow.
$5,000.
yep.
And if you have really bad luck, you can get 1 year in jail too.
Oh yeah.
So
Not weird.
like my friend in Austria, I told him because they're finding people for chopping wood and stuff. But I talked to him last summer and I told him stockpile about 4 cords of wood, which he did and was smart. And he still said he needs more wood. I said, you can't. You're in Austria. You don't have that many trees. So I told him go to the feed store or horse store where
Yeah.
they have riding horses. I told him pick up uh, blacksmith
Feral.
farriers
Oh,
coal for
yeah.
making horseshoes.
Hmm?
And he got like 6 to 8 bags of it. They're 50-pound bags of coal.
It's
And
true.
you could burn it inside his type of heater. He has a wood and coal stove from his grandfather, so it can burn both wood and coal. And it's a nice one. It has a water heater too. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Welcome, Josh. Good
Yeah,
to
and
see
he
you,
picked
brother.
up all the bags before everybody noticed. Hey, we could burn this in our fireplace. And he cleaned out the thing. He left a few bags for the local farriers to do their horseshoeing and stuff. But
Yeah,
right
hey-
now, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Just before it goes off the screen, I just remind me to say something in response to Second Star Survival. But it's going to change. Go ahead. Keep going with you.
Are you talking about the gardens?
No, I'm talking about where it talks about pay raises. That's he or she. I guess. The Second Star Survival at 428 that I'm looking at here. Says, and it's all the way up at the top. Says, yep, people don't understand when you raise people's pay, it raises everything else in the world. This is what we were talking about the inflation.
Right.
I have to admit, I was really for higher pay. And I was also duped, not even thinking ahead, that you raise pay, everything else is going to go up. It's like writing a blank check and saying, well, our overhead has gone up. Now we raise the prices of everything else. That's really what drove a lot of things. I do believe that was a good point, but I just wanted to. I saw that before it went away. I had to say something. But yeah, and right now, if you're in Europe, I mean, like for Jordan, I cannot imagine what it's going to be like going through the winter for you.
Well,
I mean, are you more natural gas?
No,
electric.
we use
You're
electrical. We don't use natural gas for heating here. So it comes from nuclear power. But now I have only my lights over my desk here, and the rest of the apartment is black. Because I can't have I don't
You're
want
being
risk
yeah.
to have a higher bill, so I have to have these on and the rest turned off.
Right. You got to do like grandpa and grandma did, kerosene
Yeah.
lamps and heaters.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I have 2 portable radiators that I could fire up, but they are 2,000 watts. So if I put one on, then the power bill the electrical bill will go through the roof.
Yeah.
Especially when the price is on electricity now. Another year we used them before this mess happened. We paid around 800 crowns for the electricity when we used this portable radiator.
Yep.
Really?
But if we would use them now to keep us warm here, that will go probably over the 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I told everybody last year to buy a kerosene heater. But a lot of people complain because of the smell. I said,
the smell, yeah.
Yeah, you have to crack a window. And that's why we have a lot of apartment fires in Japan. Because Japan has the same thing. Everybody uses electric, but once the electric's out, everybody cracks open kerosene heater, and it will heat a house. Jordan's house, you only need one for Jordan's house. I have 2 here because I have 3 bedrooms. Let's see, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, 2 bathrooms, a den right here, and then a master bedroom and a large communal area. So I need 2 kerosene heaters. And I'm Japanese, so I know how to run these things. They're fairly easy.
Well, yeah, and the other thing too. I don't know if you guys do this, but this is our second house. The first house was my dad's house, and then when he passed, we sort of fixed it up before we moved to a appropriate house. First thing my wife did, being an engineer, okay, first thing she did was she said we have to first of all check the R value, the insulation value, because it doesn't really matter it does matter, but not as much as your insulation. How well are you going to retain the heat through your wintertime? And when we went to our new house that we bought about 3 or 4 years ago, one of the first things that we did is basically went through the whole house and had insulation blown all around. And it's a lot warmer, and our heating bill went down. We're down to about, I think the last one was $109 last month. And we have not yet installed a wood stove, which I have wood on the property. But also on the topic of wood, we live in an area where we all cut down wood and we share it as a community. Not like a large socialist community, but you can count on your neighbor's community.
Right.
So when we when we take down trees, I take down 3 or 4 a year. We cut it up and say, who needs this? I don't have my stove yet, so here I've got them all cut in 1-foot pieces, and that's being lost on a lot of people, unfortunately, but also gained on some people in 2020 to 2021.
Right. On the compost things, I heard a lot of people talking. Yeah. You have to be careful with it. You don't want to blow yourself up on the toilet. I've seen that happen a couple of times because they're trying to make methane gas and compost toilet. You're not supposed to smoke in those type of toilet rooms,
Yeah.
and you don't throw your cigarette butts down the toilet.
Yeah.
And you will, nice guy.
And you got to move them 3 stages, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at one guy because we installed the bin for the composting, and I told him what to do with it, and I told him, do not throw paper in it and do not throw lighted cigarettes in it. And he was a smoker. I always do it with my regular toilet and flush it to take care of it. I said, it doesn't flush, and if you throw in something lit in there.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
That's a great comment.
Yeah, it does.
So, SHFT can really happen then? Absolutely.
Yeah, they do have enclosed scooters. I seen one of my friends use it because she's she don't have 2 legs. Her legs were blown off. Oh. And she was in, I forget which war we had. I think it was Afghanistan.
Sure, second star. No problem.
Come up, Matt, because I have to go because I have to do another grocery run for disabled and elderly people. Like I said, folks, you got to do something good to help out people during the winter months, especially if you're in a snowy area, a wet area, or cold area, because a lot of people cannot get attractions or help to get groceries back to their house. And it's hell if you're in a wheelchair.
It's true.
Okay, guys, I'll catch you later. You have a nice weekend.
See you, Uncle Al. It's good to see you again.
Yep.
Take care, Uncle Al. Good to see you.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah, I like him.
I do too. And he is very creative and knowledgeable.
And a lot of experience too. Mm. He probably has more experience than you and I together.
Most definitely. Yeah. Uncle Al was one of the more engaging people that I met, as with you. When I was on YouTube the first time of my life. And, that's kind of neat. You guys are always fun to chat with. You're always there. Matt,
Hey, how y'all doing?
good to see you.
Good to see y'all. Yeah, sorry. My signal may not be that good because I'm at the emergency bunker here at Texas. So, yeah. So, signal's not that good out here. But,
That's- Looks good here.
okay, awesome.
Yeah, so
Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
What's going on with you?
For
How
now.
are you doing?
Doing all right, brother. I've been working on tearing down my old house and everything, building a complete off-grid A-frame on the land. But
Nice.
yeah, I just bought a refurbished Tesla power bank, the ones that use to charge the Tesla cars, and it's supposed to. What I'm doing is I'm making a 30 by 30 A-frame house, 2-story, and I'm making a 40-foot, well, a 10-foot walk-around porch around it, and I already have, you know, a natural spring that runs through my house. I've already got sump pumps put into that, and it draws three, about 3.5 gallons every 5 minutes from the 6 sump pumps. And that Tesla, for the size of my house and everything, they said that Tesla power bank on a full charge can run my 30 by 30 A-frame house for up to 48 hours straight. And that's on a full charge. And it takes 24 hours to charge it back up. So,
Are you in a wooded area or
yeah.
more flat? Okay, you're in a wooded area. Okay.
Well, I've got 7 acres of land, but my whole entire area is completely tree free. I like live in the middle of the 7 acres. And
Gotcha.
yeah.
So you get some good sun there.
Yeah, and it's Texas. If you can see outside, it's always sunny in Texas. Like,
I was there not long ago. It's that and what is it, Mr. Big? What's that drink? No, Big Red. That's all I
Yep.
saw there. That and belt buckles for sale.
Yep.
You guys really export a lot of belt buckles. You must have problems with keeping your pants up.
Oh, well, no, the bigger the belt buckle, the more of a icon you are.
Right.
Like, and it's just like, Stetson hats. The bigger the Stetson hat, the more money you have. Like,
I'd rather have
it's a status symbol, pretty much, with ranchers and everything.
Can I ask?
But yeah,
how'd you get your hands on the Tesla battery?
I went. We have one Tesla dealer here, and the thing is 90% of the people here in San Antonio live in apartments, so they can't buy the charge kit to hook up to charge up their car. So they have thousands and thousands and thousands of these Tesla chargers because nobody has a garage or anything to hook them up for, and they
Right.
just sit. And they have to, after, they said if the Tesla charger doesn't have a charge in it for up to a year, it will die and it has to be refurbished.
Yeah.
It's just like any other kind of battery. The cell walls and everything start to deteriorate, and so they had like 60 Tesla chargers that was refurbished, and nobody's buying them. And that's why you hear those solar panel things, this solar panel ads about going solar and you get a free Tesla, charging bank with it.
Okay.
That's why, and it's only in Texas that they're giving this stuff out, because Texas has so many people buying Teslas and not buying the Tesla charge banks. weeks. So they're literally giving them away for like dirt cheap. Usually a brand new one runs like $2,500, but a refurbished one, because it had to be rebuilt, goes for cheaper because it's an older model version.
Now, is that what's drawing everybody from California to Texas? All the free chargers.
I mean, yes. Well, supposedly the U.S. government says, if you join this solar panel program, they will pay for the installation and pay for everything to be put into your house, and then they will also give you like a $2,500 tax refund also at the end of every year if you're still on this program.
Okay.
But to me, that why does the government want to keep track of your program to pay you for this? And one of the reasons why is because they're wanting you to go to HOA communities, and and one of the main things is if the power goes out in an HOA community and you're hooked up to the solar panel program, they hook your solar panel up to a shared grid. Sorry, it goes to a shared grid box, and if the power goes out and everything, you and anybody else that's in that community has to share your power from that Tesla box to everybody else in the community to keep everything running until power can go back on. So it's kind of one of those, they're trying to track you, they're trying to keep you in one place, and you share the profit with everybody else, kind of in a way,
Yeah. Those HOAs I always thought were shady to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at, I think we were looking at moving to Florida at one point, and I mean, it's all HOA. That's, and you're like, why is the house affordable? Oh, because you're going to pay $350 a month to an HOA. Okay.
For the rest of your life, even after you pay off the house.
Yep. Then so unless you're on the board.
And also they tell you what you can put on your property, what you can't put on your property.
Yep.
Because they want to keep the value of your house. But like here in Texas, this month, people used to be able to grow their own small garden and keep up to like four chickens in a chicken coop in their backyard in an HOA house. But now this month, they stopped. Anybody that has an HOA cannot grow their own garden or have their own chickens or anything in their house in an HOA.
They're putting us in that box. I don't like that.
Yep.
Yeah. I did this thing over, the lockdown period where I got 3 ducks. So I thought, all right,
Yeah, I remember those ducks.
You remember those quackers? They were great, by the way.
Quack, quack.
Yeah, they were wonderful. And the thing was I'd never had duck eggs or anything like that. And we had these neighbors that just moved in right when everything started, March 2020. And they were, it was like, oh, yeah, just about to get ducks. They're on their way. And she's like, we're getting chickens. We love chickens. And I'm like, awesome. So, I'm like, great. They can have fun and all this stuff. And then it kind of got rezoned.
Yeah.
And now they had to be taken away. And you can have a maximum of 3. Well, I got rid of mine because one died. The other 2 got lonely. It's just not a good situation for ducks. They have psychology and anxiety. But the chickens, she's been fighting them for God knows how long. And these chickens are like in our backyard. And, they're awesome. They give us eggs, in the mornings and stuff. And they just feel like laying them here. It's an issue to some people. But I
Yeah.
kind of see it as like, who are you to really say what we can and can't do? I mean, I'll call it emotional support chickens. I need all 9 of them. That's what I'd say.
Well, one of the bad things about chickens is a lot of people, like, especially if you live in the Midwest or you live, in the middle of the states, a lot of people make their money on fighting roosters, like the breed.
Yeah.
And Texas and Arizona and a lot of places are near the border. They raise these fighting roosters, and they sell, like my father-in-law, when he was still alive, he raised fighting roosters. He never fought them, but he would buy eggs from say a champion, rooster or whatever, and he would raise them, and he would make $500-$600 like 6 years ago out of 6 eggs. And all you do is just send the eggs. You don't even guarantee that these eggs will hatch. But
Yeah.
these people in like Mexico and on the border and everything will pay good money for it. And a lot of places, a lot of people want to keep their chickens, especially if you have like meat chickens,
Right.
If you have meat chickens, they only have a lifespan of about a year and a half. And you're supposed to kill them around 6 months.
Yeah, then they get too big to do anything.
Yeah, and they get too old and their meat get too tough and all that stuff. So you can't really keep them as pets.
Yeah.
And so you're going to need a rooster. You're going to have to use those eggs to replenish your, chicken population. And people don't want that. People don't want the idea of your neighbor raising meat chickens to fill their freezer.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you on
Yeah.
that one. I mean, these are mostly Rhode Island Red and Cochins. So, I mean, they're not those kind, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. I didn't know they were still big on cockfighting and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, they are, like, all across the border, even in southern, even Southern California and everything.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you honestly. And some people in the chat might not like this. I don't know, but I've never been to a rooster fight. I'm not gonna say cockfight.
Yeah.
A rooster fight.
Yeah.
Because I'll start laughing if the other one. But I've never been to a rooster fight, and secretly inside, I kind of want to just see one once. I want to see how vicious it is, but I don't like. I just want to say I did it. It's sort of like Machu Picchu. I did that. I hiked it.
Well,
Hey,
I don't want to go back.
you gotta look at other other cultures' forms of fun. And the thing is these cultures, it's like Spanish bullfighting. Okay, they're killing the bull and everything, but the thing is they're just not killing it. They use it as a ceremony feast. After they kill it, everybody eats that bull afterwards. It doesn't go to waste or anything. Yeah.
This is in Pamplona, right? The running with the bulls, or is this? Are you're talking about bullfighting in general?
Yeah, bullfighting in Mexico and South America, where they have the matadors and everything, and at the end, the matador takes out the sword and puts it down. They put spears in it and all that stuff. But that meat goes to the community, and they eat that meat. But people think, oh, it's bad for the animal and all this stuff. But it was, it's a way of, sorry, my work's texting and everything. But it's just like it's just like the chicken fights, the rooster fights.
Yeah.
That chicken, whatever chicken dies. Oh Oh my God. Okay. Whatever chicken dies, they eat that chicken afterwards. You know, it
Yeah.
doesn't go to waste, you know, but
That is true. I mean, I've been in South America for long enough to know that they do not let anything go to waste. I mean, even in
right.
Buenos Aires, in the big cities when I was there, right? You know, they have these buffets, and you know, you eat the meat, and afterwards, there are people who come back for the eyeballs, the tongue,
Yep.
the brain, you know, all this stuff, and you know, we've lost that. My grandmother used to do that, you know, in the 1920s. I told my son this, and he's like, Dad, that's disgusting. And I'm like, you're 9, you don't know what you're talking about. And so are people my age and younger.
In
Probably.
Alaska, I mean, in Alaska, you know, when the Inuits go hunting for seals and everything, the eyes is considered a child's treat to them,
Yeah.
and like they love it. And you know, even in the South, you know, we use chitlins. I was born and raised in Tennessee. Then I moved out to Texas, and even in Tennessee and a lot of the Dixie South, we eat pork brain. We eat cattle brain. You know, they sell pork brains and gravy in cans. You know, and nothing
Yeah.
goes to waste out there in those places either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are one of the, I think we're probably one of the most wasteful countries, the United States, I say it, you know,
Yeah.
is,
Oh yeah.
it's terrible. I mean, I mean, oh, I can't believe some of the stuff that
Yeah.
people throw away. I mean, it's crazy. But then
Yeah.
again, you know, we're a victim of our own context that we grew up in. So we grew up in a throwaway society.
Yep.
I think it's kind of like our own job to sort of say, okay, let's re-examine this, and you
Oh
know,
yeah.
what can we use these things for? I don't think many people are
Well,
doing that, but hopefully more people are getting their eyes open to it. I agree with
well,
Hendo.
there's a dish here in a lot of the, you know, the Midwest and everything close to the border. You know, it's from Mexico. It's came up into Texas, into Arizona, and everything. It's called menudo, and menudo was a poor soup. It has the trotters of pig in it, which is, you know, their feet.
Yeah.
It has cow trotters in it. It uses the tripe in cows, which is their intestines, and you do the same thing with pork. There's multiple things, and you just dice up onions and put some spices and everything in it. And I'll tell you what, every Sunday you will see everybody hitting the, you know, the Mexican restaurants and everything for menudo because they're hungover from Saturday, going to church on Sunday. And if you eat menudo, it clears up your hangover, it clears up your upset stomach, even when you're sick. Like
Mhm.
it detoxifies your body. And
It's
it was
interesting.
a it was a poor thing. You know, nobody would touch that stuff in the past, but they made it, and now what? Over 100 years later, even rich people eat menudo now because of what it does to you. And
It's interesting that you bring that up because I've been to places like part of my childhood. I grew up in Maryland. One of the big
hmm
things there, I mean, you go to different parts of not only the United States, it's everywhere. They have their own dishes
yep,
where they put things together. The Navajo make blood soup, and that's the
yep,
whole, you know, I mean, that's more your area, you know, neck of the woods. I'm Pennsylvania, but
yeah,
I grew up partly in Maryland when I was younger, and they have. I think they actually have it here too. It's what's called scrapple. If
yep,
you ever heard of it, it's how, you know, just more of the leftovers put all
yep.
together. Some
And
people turn their nose up to it, and it's just like you know, gotta start eating it.
our our Native American ancestors never let anything go to waste. And it's not just, you know, Mexico, aka third world countries or whatever, that do this stuff. It was even in our you know, our heritage in the Americas, you know, like pemmican. Pemmican was used by all Native American tribes, and it was literally like the first beef jerky. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's hardened. You boil the fat of whatever you killed. You boil the fat until it's a liquid. Then you grind up the beef or whatever meat that you had. Grind it up so thinly, like it's almost a powder.
Right.
And then you add nuts, berries, whatever to it, and you pour the hot fat into it, and you mold it into like a cake pan or like a small brick, and you put it in the oven on low for almost 4 hours, and it hardens into a brick, and it turns into like beef jerky that just crumbles into your mouth, and it lasts literally for almost 10 years. Like,
Wow. It's like hardtack,
yeah,
but more complex.
yeah, it and that got Native Americans through, you know, the hardest times. It got, you know, a lot of the Native American tribes through the Trail of Tears. It got them through the winters, everything. It's kind of like, you know, like what Shadow was talking about in his culture, you know, the air dried fish and salted fish and all that stuff. You had to make things last for winter time, because if you did not find ways to preserve it, you're going to die, because
Yeah.
only certain things grow in winter. And
You're absolutely right. You know, and then if I can expand on that,
yeah,
we Shadows and I, we both we have mutual friends, and I'm sure many people in the chat may remember
Yeah.
Yankee from Yankees.
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember him too well.
Yeah.
He's hard
Yankee.
to
Yeah.
forget.
Yeah, you can't. He brings out the best in everyone. Well, he is part Native American, and so
yeah,
one of the more interesting things I think about him is that he, and I visited him and I learned this there, and I may have mentioned it once or twice before, but he would say that growing up and before is
mhm,
at least in the Lenape culture, but I'm sure it was others too. If there were a certain herb that they were looking for, they wouldn't choose the one next to them, closest to them. They wouldn't choose the one second closest. They would choose the third, and they would
yeah,
sort of go in these. I don't know. The word that comes to my mind is rule of threes. You know, sort of pass three and then pick that one. So you don't take from a whole area, and it goes very much against a mindset that a lot of other people have, which is
yeah,
this is the closest to me. And I look at that and I think self-sustaining right off the bat. That's the word that comes to my mind, and I think, wow, it's on it's on another level of thinking,
yeah,
a long-term level of thinking, and I feel like we've lost that. And to
yeah,
me, it's just like using every part of an animal. It's the same
yeah.
kind of thing, and I just want to add that if you don't mind.
Oh, you're good. The the three rule is, the first one is the youngest. The second one is the middle one. It's like it's the father of the first one. Then the last one it is like the grandfather. So you take the third because it's the oldest, and you let the other two be able to still continue the cycle. It's just like anything, say like wild asparagus. Okay, wild asparagus grows in fours. So, and they grow in fours together. So you would find the first bunch, you'd find the second bunch, and you'd find the third bunch. The third bunch is always going to be the biggest, especially if it grows in bunches. So you will take what you need for yourself and either your family, or if it's just you, you take what you need and you leave the rest. And you always take up from the roots of that stuff. because once you take up from the roots of it, it cleans that area for more to grow in it. And when you pick it up, it could also knock seeds out of it to fall into that hole to regrow again. And a lot of our stuff, that the Native Americans and everything, they followed the animals and ate what the animals ate during each season, you know. And if you see, you know, because a lot of the times you follow bears, because bears are omnivores. They spend most of their diet eating wild edibles. Only about 20% of their diet is meat during wintertime. So you follow them and you find what berries they're eating, because if it doesn't kill that bear, it's not going to kill you. And you always follow nature, especially in a survival situation or anything like that. Go where the birds go. Go where the squirrels go. Those are ideas and thoughts that we just don't need anymore, because we're so used to growing something, letting it grow for 3 months, then harvesting it all of a sudden, and doing it mass quantities of harvesting. We don't let nature wild grow anymore. And
It's true.
that it's different too. And if you let, like me, I have a year-round garden. Okay, I just made a 2-acre garden. I cut down my trees and everything. Made 1 acre is my year-long garden, and my other acre is going to be my full-time orchard. I've planted 2 of each nut and each fruit tree that I could find into it, because you need 2. And the bad thing is most people, like, don't get your stuff, if you're going to get like orchard trees, make sure you know which one's a male and which one a female. If you just go down to the local, Home Depot and buy trees,
You're not gonna
they're
know.
not going to. Yeah, you don't know if you got 2 males or 2 females, and it's not going to cross pollinate, So, and that's what happened to me when I had pomegranate trees. You need 4 pomegranate trees before they'll even produce. Well, I mean, they'll still produce the fruit, but it won't be fertile. You can't eat it because it'll be bad. So you have to get 4 of them, and they have to be in a group to make the fruit edible.
Yeah, we had what was it? Pear tree, Asian pear trees, which are and we did try, but one of the 2 sexes didn't make it. Well, as I said, when we moved to our new location, they were transplanted, and they did a terrible job. The company that we ended up having to use to move them, and then that was actually when I learned that, you needed to. My wife's like, as I said, she's an engineer, and she goes, "Yeah, you need to have a male and a female." I'm like, really? Me being dumb, but like, really, that kind of thing. And I'll admit, here I am, 40 years old. I had no idea, but never too old to learn. So I'll admit.
Well, all that knowledge and everything, I mean, if you're not using it on a daily basis, you don't, because you can plant tomatoes, and you get tomatoes from any plant. You know what I mean? You can have a single tomato plant, and it's still going to produce you tomatoes. But if you have a whole entire family of the same tomato, they're going to become bigger. They're going to become, more tastier, because they are with their family and they're all helping each other grow better. It's just like, if you want to learn how to grow more tomato plants out of one plant, you take the two bottom vine, I guess branches you would call it, and you plant them into the ground, and those bottom limbs will actually grow roots into the ground and actually become opposite. It will become other tomato plants. You can daisy chain tomato plants that way.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And it's just like potatoes.
Is that like what wineries do? Like vineyards?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what
all
they
right.
do.
I understand your process. Yeah, I see what you're getting at now. Because I was going to
Just
say
like
this is
potatoes.
why. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Let me see your-
Oh, you're good. Potatoes. You can grow potatoes.
Hi.
You can grow ACR. How you doing, brother?
What's going on?
It's
man?
cold. You guys look warm. It's cold out west.
Is it?
I wanna, guys, I wanna share something with you guys.
What, brother?
If my computer do as I want to, obviously not.
That looks like a picture of my lower back.
This, do you know what this is? This is dried fish. But
Yes.
Yep.
this is what the English word for it is stockfish. This fish is dried and soaked in lye.
Huh?
Yeah.
All right.
You soak the fish in lye and let it dry, and
I don't know how I feel about ingesting lye, because lye kills a lot of insects, and you usually put lye on the ground to kill ticks and fleas, and it kills life.
but when you soaked it in lye, you soak it in clean water and then dry it, basically.
Oh, really? So
Yeah,
it's
I don't
kind of
know
like
about
a
that.
salt process.
And I can tell you, I tasted that, and I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of it
Right.
because it looks like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
It
looks like
looks like a jelly, more like a
Oh, it is. It's literally called like jellied canned fish or something like that.
it's like a gelatin kind of yeah.
Yeah.
So it's absorbed quite a bit. Interesting. I still wouldn't eat it, I don't think. But I mean, if it were to stay alive, sure. But
If you want, look up pemmican, Shadow, and show John what I'm talking about with pemmican.
by the way, CR, how you doing other than cold? You should do what I do. Hang out in the basement if you got one. It stays the same temperature all year round. And
He turned
mic off.
he turned into a snowman.
I think he's writing his name in the snow.
But
Yeah.
they're like potatoes. People think that they can't grow potatoes because they need mass amounts of land to grow potatoes. And you can grow potatoes in a canister. You can grow potatoes, and it can be Idaho potatoes. It can be the small rib potatoes. Yeah, see, this is pemmican right here.
Yeah, it does. It actually looks a lot like scrapple in a way.
Yeah,
Yep. There you go.
it's literally just like meat dust that's been hardened by the fat, and You can flavor it with like dried berries. You can flavor it with nuts. You can do whatever you want to with it. And a lot of people put honey in it, you know? So,
Oh, okay. Give it a little bit more flavor. Yeah.
yep.
That's very cool.
And-
Yeah. And I have seen another way to do it. You roll it to a long sausage and dry it in the sun, and that
Yep.
will stick for longer than I will probably still alive. So
It'll stay
they
long
found
time.
they found pemmican somewhere in New York City that was an old that was the Native American tribe that was in New York, and it was in a clay
Hey,
pot.
Bob.
And
Hi, Bob.
Hi,
when
Bob.
they uncovered it, it was still good to eat. It was protected by the clay pot and everything, and it was still good to eat. Just like honey that was found in King Tut's tomb was still good to eat.
Yeah, but did they eat it?
Yeah, they actually showed when the archaeologists that were that dug up King Tut's grave, they actually had a huge table and everything and ate the dried food and everything that was in King Tut's tomb.
See, that's a shame because now he can't go into the afterlife appropriately. It just ruined all his tools.
Well, that's why they died.
Yeah.
Point taken.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah. All right, give me 1 second. I just heard a loud bang outside. Give me a second.
I'll go for it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's good to be on here and see you guys again. Well, I can't see CR, but
That's because I'm running on battery and it's cold outside.
are you just hanging out?
I'm out in the garage.
Oh, okay. You do what I do.
He's on his phone.
Yeah, because I know I'll drain the battery real fast.
I hear you. Yeah. I end up spending a lot of time out there too.
I gotta get used to it.
Yeah.
I gotta get more climatized back to it again.
That's surprising that it's cold out there. I thought you guys were going through a heat.
Welcome, live.
No.
Cricket match 444.
Welcome. No, that went away last month. It's snow. No.
I'm doing just fine.
And hello.
Helmi,
Helmi.
Kudu.
Guten Tag.
Welcome, my friend.
Guten Tag.
Good day to you.
You know, I was. Have you guys ever seen? You remember Chevy Chase in the Vacation movies?
Christmas vacation.
Christmas. Well, there's Christmas Vacation. There's also European Vacation. Okay, where they're on a game show and they win a free trip to go visit Europe, and so he wants to go visit his family in Germany, and they're riding in the car, and he goes, "What number are we looking for?" And the daughter goes, "Sex, Daddy," and he goes, "Audrey," and she says, "No, we're looking for sex. That's German for 6," and he's like, "Is it?" And the wife goes, "Yeah, Clark, it is. It's German for 6." So he knocks on the door. And he goes, Guten Tag, me and my family are looking for sex. It's a really overlooked movie. If you get a chance, you should see it. It's about dumb Americans. More than myself.
Yeah.
I
I'm
just
going
want to
for
try
a
out.
bathroom break. I'm going
right.
for a bathroom break. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Use the bottle and drink it later. Come on, survivalist. No, I'm joking.
Hey, Bob.
He'll
Good to
just-
see you.
Hey guys,
Just still it. Hey, Bob.
good afternoon.
Good to
Reese
see
from
you.
Philly, the Red Dragon. Welcome, buddy. Good
Mm-hmm.
to see you, too.
Hello, Reese. Good to see you. Not far
He was
away.
going. I thought he said he was going to the washroom. He's like, still here.
What? ShadowScoutSwede?
Yeah,
He's just
I
going to
thought
the bathroom. He's just letting us
I know.
know. He just goes right on the
Bathroom
floor
break.
there. He's got
Yeah,
Let's
but I
stop
had
it.
to
grass.
do things before I go.
He's
Yeah.
got grass right
Yeah.
down there, and he just goes. How are you today, Bob?
Not bad. How you doing, John? Nice to meet you today.
I'm good. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, I don't think we've met.
I don't think. Nope.
Don't think so. No.
But I know you both.
All right then. hmm
Yeah, CR is one of my oldest friends on YouTube.
Balut John, huh? Okay. Balut. You like balut? I like balut.
What is balut? What is balut? I mean, I will ask the dumb question, I guess.
It's a Filipino snack food. It's
Oh, that's what they were talking about. The chicken. Yeah.
duck eggs. Yeah, they're duck
that's it.
eggs. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You don't look at it the first time you eat it
Yeah,
because
you
it's
don't.
pretty gross. It's pretty
Yeah.
gross. But
Yep.
the vendors over in the Philippines will wait till after 10 p.m. and usually the men sit outside and they're drinking beer at night, and the balut vendors will ride around on a bicycle and shout out balut, balut. And, it's just a few pesos for a duck egg, and it's a good beer food. When you
Yeah.
get the beer hungries, buy a balut from a bicycle vendor, and you got your snack.
I have to admit, I saw it on what was it? Anthony Bourdain. He
Oh, yeah.
was in or one of those food shows. I don't know what I was doing while I was watching. I thought, okay, that's neat. I mean, I've had guinea pig. That was kind of cool. That was neat. I get to pick my own guinea pig, and then they kill it and they fry the whole thing up for you.
Oh, I haven't
But,
eaten guinea pig. Oh.
Yeah, it's a Peruvian dish. It's their national dish, and those suckers are huge. They're not like the ones you buy in the pet shop.
Yeah.
In the States, they feed them up good like meat birds, basically. But,
Yeah, it was. We're moving, and I was just unpacking some of my stuff, and got this little tea light holder for next to my bed, and for power outage. I was just polishing that thing up. Now I'm taking care of some of my tools. So,
pretty cool.
yeah, heck yeah, it's a good day.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Can I bring up something? There's a reason
sure.
why I
Why
actually
not?
wanted to come up in the first place. Because we're talking about food this whole time, and you guys were talking about not wasting food. Well, unfortunately, we still do. Not all of us, but some of us still do.
But yeah, the topic have come up, and like Shadows is a prepper channel, and mine is to a great extent, and what to do if the grid is down, or if the society, the dollar collapses and all that stuff. Go overseas and you'll learn what to do. They're like balut vendors. That's how they make extra income. That's how they make a living. Guys, another trade is called vulcanization. They take like a soldering iron and they heat up plastic to do plastic repairs, and also how to patch tires with a soldering iron, and scab on a patch, and there's your tire. It's fixed, and away you go. Yeah, when you go overseas, you'll learn how to stay alive. But a lot of folks have never been outside their home country.
That's true.
I remember I heard you mentioning that you've been to South America quite a number of times, and I'm sure you've seen it as well.
It's the phrase you have to go outside of your house in order to see what you have on the inside is a big one that I learned there. Once you leave your comfort zone and you go see the way other people live, you can both appreciate and find faults with your own society more readily. And I don't mean that in a picky way.
I understand.
I do. You see what it is for what it actually is.
Yeah, you see
my
what
life
you're
over there. Yeah. You see how wasteful we are, or how like they're weird things. They're weird cultural differences too. I was on a ferry going across from from Argentina to Chile, and we're going through rough seas, and we're there with cattle and all this other stuff that goes through the Tierra del Fuego. And I saw one of the weirdest things in my life. I saw a woman give her infant to another man to hold while she went to the bathroom, and that happened to be the captain of the ship. No way would you see that in America or anywhere else around here.
True.
It's a very, I will say it's a very Catholic society that has some things to do with it. But on the other hand, it just actually has to do with the kind of people that are there. And that was one thing that stuck out to me.
The same with the Philippines. I've seen many times. As you know, the Filipinos learn English at a very young age, which makes them able to work in any country in the world. So going overseas working is a big part of those society. And in their society, if you have children, you have a relative or a neighbor take care of your children while you're working on a 2 or 3 year contract in another country. And you don't see that here, and also I've seen it's a safer society because of their courts and their law enforcement than what crap we have here. Children will play in the streets and say mom, dad are out working, and the neighborhood lady they'll slide her some coin to feed the kids, and the kids will be out on the street playing all times, and they're safe because the pervos who grab kids, they don't last long in the Philippines.
Yeah. Street justice.
That's sir. Know it. Yeah. They don't last long. If the police don't catch them, then the neighborhood will. And it's eliminated, not completely, of course, but they disappear real quick. They're an endangered species.
That's true. That's true. They keep popping up and go away. Yeah.
Like whack-a-mole. Boing.
It is true. It is true. It's funny. I still have reservations about even just letting my kid go to the bus stop, and it's like 3 houses away.
Yeah.
I know very well that it's not like there are more bad people out there. It's just that they're the ones that are bad get more attention than they used to.
You hear about it.
And the ones that are bad, the courts released them.
Yeah,
they let them go.
Well, and that's the worst thing, are technicalities, but that's another thing.
Yeah. Shadow, what have you done for your preps recently? Anything new or made any adjustments? Or?
Well, I had to pay at least $500 to the back in Texas.
Oh. Ow.
Yeah, that is about 6,379 crowns.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I had expenses on nearly 17,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Did they tell you missed this, or is it that you had to pay it?
I had to pay back in Texas because I paid not enough to get money back.
Yeah.
Don't you find that weird? That the government knows exactly how much you owe, but then you have to calculate it for them? They won't tell you, but you got to do the work. You know what? If they just said, here, this is what you owe, and that's it. You make it up next year. Anyway,
that sounds like prepping, right? You got to do it yourself.
Yeah, that happened.
That sounds like it.
I bought a utility knife for me and my wife, and a small little nice flashlight.
There you go.
The Energizer 270 lumens. It's
not bad.
Has two.
I like how he has it nearby. You just haven't.
Yeah, I have 2 flashlights nearby. I always do.
I got one on me.
You bet.
Oh, man. It gets dark eventually.
And
It
this
does.
little flashlight I use as an EDC flashlight. So
Yeah, that'll do it.
Just a moment.
Oh, I thought we were
And
waiting.
it has
I thought he was going to burp or
aluminum
something.
chassis.
The alphabet.
Yeah, I love that. This one has aluminum chassis, which is nice.
You know,
Oh,
the problem
that's
I've had with those flashlights is I've left them in a drawer or something like that, and I haven't taken the batteries out when I'm done with them. Like, you know, and I find that if I don't do that, they'll get corroded.
Yeah,
Well, there's two things you could do. You could either put a piece of plastic to like block the connector, or go for lithium or something along the lines of that won't.
Well, I've gone
out.
to rechargeable batteries. So
Yeah, I use rechargeable batteries on the ones that I use constantly, right? The ones I use
yes,
every day and stuff like that.
I've showed you guys this before. This is a good way of saving money. These are floor buffing pads. They're made out of Scotch-Brite. You can get a package of them from Amazon for about 5 of these for about $20. This is where I get my Scotch-Brite for washing dishes and everything else. So just get rid of your cheap scissors.
Wow.
Get good scissors. Get good scissors.
Some Taylor scissors. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's so many different types out there. But the key to a good scissor is one that you can disassemble and resharpen it yourself. Those
Maybe
riveted.
full tank.
Yeah, like that.
Full tank. Yeah,
But
they're all metal.
I need a little piece of Scotch-Brite to clean these pruning shears, get all the sap off of them, and that's how you save some money. $20 gets you 5 giant pieces of Scotch-Brite. The same thing you spend $8 for a little scouring pad in a supermarket. I've got enough here to last me. You last me for the rest of my life. Yeah. But yeah,
buying in bulk is always smart.
save a little money here, spend a little more money on your canned food or your propane.
And their can of beans.
Correct. Which is so frustrating, guys. Guys, so frustrating. We're still in the process of moving. Tomorrow, junk removal will come to the old house and get all of our stuff out of there. And then a few more days after that, then we'll move all the big stuff into the house. I hired a liftgate truck to move the milling machine and the heavy tools. And what's frustrating is that I've got ways to protect. I got guns, okay, and ammunition and all that, and food. And I have to keep all of that completely out of sight from the movers.
Yeah.
I don't want them to see that I've got canned goods. I don't want them to see that I got dry goods or guns. It's so frustrating because all the stuff is somewhat in disarray out of sight until we can get all of our stuff here. And then I can start, finish off putting things where they belong, where they're at easy reach. It's just it's upsetting, but it's moving is stressful.
Yeah.
It's
frustrating.
tell me about it.
It is frustrating, but at least we got out of the fentanyl neighborhood. So
Ooh, yeah,
that's where we live.
That is a good thing, at least.
You bet. Yeah. Just to let you know, John, we lived in an area. We raised the kids in a rental house because it was so convenient for the kids just to be able to walk to school, just a couple blocks and all that. Everything was within walking distance. And then fentanyl came in big time. First it was meth, then fentanyl. And since 2016, I was wearing a 45 on my hip every day and night since 2016 in that old neighborhood. That's the way it is, I don't want to make the conversation a downer, but there's a reason why I prepare. It's the reason why I do this is from experience, because I had 21 attempted home invasions in my house in the last 10 years, but we're out of there. Thank God,
Well, we rent properties, now.
Mhm.
I don't know, Jordan. I don't even see. I don't even know if I told you guys, but now we have 2 rental properties.
Adventures with
We're going on a
Sag,
third.
GTR. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
Hello.
But yeah, I have to carry now too because it's it's the neighborhoods aren't what they used to be.
No, they're not, are they?
And,
It's,
no, I mean,
yeah.
Well, there's more people, right?
Yeah. 30,000 a
There's like
month coming right through California, Texas, 30,000 a month. Yay. Yeah.
Yeah, yippee-ki, yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
a lot of fun.
But yeah, part of being prepared is saving a few bucks here and there where you can and buy
Spend it
more of
on
what
something
you need
else.
later. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Exactly.
And this is also taking care of your stuff. You know, what you have, don't let it rust up on you so you don't have to spend more money on getting new pruning shears. You know, I swear by this stuff, guys. My grandfather used this good old 3-in-1 oil.
Oh, I got that.
Oh
Yeah.
baby, this stuff will never let you down, man. Yeah, I swear by this stuff. I'm not selling products, guys, by the way.
You're not selling what, snake oil?
No, I'm not.
No.
No, just an older dude sharing my knowledge with you younger folks. If my grandpa used this stuff, well, by God, I'm going to use it. You know.
Thank you for both.
If your
Mhm.
grandfather find it as a good product, well, why shouldn't you use it?
Yeah.
My grandfather, my father, and myself. I saw this in all 3 of our shops. You know, growing up, it was like there must be a reason.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
probably
much
a
worse.
good oil too.
It is.
Yeah.
I use it on. I even use it on my machine tools. You know, on the ways for the lathe and all that stuff. Yeah. Heck yeah.
There are weird things that the younger generation doesn't know. I mean, like that. I think we take for granted. I was again. My mom is now at the point where she always loved to mow her lawn and garden and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So now she's had people help her, and she's further away, and she said, "Well, what do I have to do to put this away?" And I said, "Well, you got stable, right?" And she said, "What?" And I said, "Stable. You know, you want to put that in your gas tank, and you know it'll help your gas stay fresh, as fresh can be,
Certainly.
for the through the winter." And she's like, "Oh, is that what that's for?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so I'm going to go over and do that. I'm going to tell my 9-year-old son. I'm sure he won't want to listen, but I wonder how many people don't even know how to run out an engine, how to just do all these things. I'm thinking, like, I even did a video. One of the first videos I did was how to prepare for winter, and took apart the snowblower, took apart the generator, started it all up, all this stuff. You got to be prepared ahead of time. You can't just wait till the day of and get your milk, eggs, and bread for God.
Yeah, like one of these.
There you are. Look at that. Hey, yours is
One
clean.
of these. Oh,
there you
look
go.
at this.
Ask a Canadian; they know all about that stuff. They know.
Go figure. I just happen to have one right next to me.
Now, do you
ask
have
a
it
Canadian.
all? Do you have it all ready to go, all lubricated? Basically, I WD-40 it, but.
Yeah, WD-40 is really good. I use it.
It's a great cleaner. It is a great cleaner, man. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a great solvent.
Water displacement.
Water displacement formula number 40.
Yep.
I guess you guys are right. I haven't heard that in a long, long time. Yeah, that's right. I'm like, I'm looking at you guys like you got 4 heads.
That's what I'm using 3-in-1 oil to break down this tree pitch right now. Yeah. A little bit of Scotch Brite, a little bit of 3-in-1, and a triangular scraper. These are something every shop should have. A triangular shaped scraper. One of my most used tools in my shop.
Tell me what do you use it for, if I may ask. Just
okay.
I'm dumb.
Okay. Like example right now is the tree pitch. I use 3-in-1 on it, and then just very gently scrape on it with this triangular shaper, and it comes right off.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay,
And
I do it.
here's another use for a triangular scraper is these are rhododendron branches, and I'm going to use these for lawn art, and I scrape the bark off with this. See?
Nice.
Super hard steel, extremely
Right.
hard steel. We use these. I was an aircraft mechanic for my whole life, and we use these for deburring the edges of aluminums.
Really?
Yeah. And all you have to do to resharpen something like this, get a flat stone, a good old Norton.
Diamond?
This is the type of brand of sharpening stone that I use is Norton's brand. It's called
Okay.
an India stone or whatever. And to resharpen this is just a nice flat stone, a couple of swipes,
I do have
and that's
one
it.
of those. Yep.
You're done.
Okay. Yeah. Very good.
Well, you know what I just noticed, Bob? That's
Hey,
why you're
what's
so
up?
sharp.
I
That's why
prefer
you're so
not
sharp.
Snow shovel, bow
You're
saw,
fired,
etc.
CR. You're fired.
They will
You
never
know,
get me down.
You're just fired, dude. Out you go.
Never a dull moment with me, right?
Yeah, I know that. I know that. You're so creative.
You know, Warren, I don't blame you. I don't blame you on that comment. I would prefer to do those things myself. I have to admit, there's a point in my life though that I got to where I can't keep up doing those things all the time, and I don't know. I had the snowblower gifted for me personally. Otherwise, I'd probably be out there doing the same thing or not even doing it at all. But I'm with you on the hand stuff.
That's why I had kids. Get out there.
Yeah.
Get out there.
Well,
Get
how
out there,
how
shovel
old
that
are your
snow.
kids? I got a 9-year-old that's like,
they're
yeah,
they're
Dad,
all-
sure.
They're all adults now, but yeah.
They probably listen to you.
No, they're all adults. Yeah, I'll tell them da 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 da, but I learned don't tell them twice because it pisses them off. I heard you the first time. Yeah, well, when you gonna do it? Damn it! I'm an old man, man. I'm a grouchy old man. Get on it, kid.
It's like that old Bill Cosby thing, and then you say, "I have money here for these children," and then they all show up.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
I'll pay you. Okay. I'm coming right now.
What?
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't get them off the. I can't get them off the internet. Not the internet. Watching these weird. I don't want to say stupid. They're interesting
Silly.
for like 3 minutes, but yeah, he's like. And I tell him to go outside and do stuff, and I see him standing around with his hands in his pants, looking at stuff. I'm like, dude, come on.
Yeah. Focus.
He's got a.
Yeah.
He does have a stick collection. He has them according to size, in 3-tiered level.
Mhm.
But it's not like when we were kids, It's like there's too much going on nowadays to get them out.
Yeah.
To teach them to do this
Yeah,
stuff.
that's true. Too much electronic stuff,
Yeah. And I can't even blame him for it because they teach him this in school. They give him a laptop. And they're like,
Yeah.
you're gonna do your
Hey,
homework. on."
Corner Clubhouse, Cobalt 66. Welcome to the stream, my friend.
I remember
Hello.
the first time my son said, Dad, how do I jumpstart the car? And he had anyway, and well, he was on his phone looking how to because it was a new car to him, and he was looking on his phone how to unlatch the hood. I said, just put your phone away. Put your phone away. You don't need it. I'll teach you. The hood release, and then you put your fingertips underneath there, and that's your hood latch. Okay, But he immediately went to his phone.
Yeah.
Like, put it away. Put it away. You don't need it. I'll teach you.
Yeah. I gotta say, there's a lot to be learned by failing to do something correctly the first time.
True.
So I was telling you, I was getting into the house refurbishment stuff, duplexes and things like that. And I bought a Ford Ranger, as our third car, and I got it with the millennial anti-theft device, a 5-speed. And
Clutch,
so I leave it unlocked, and but I learned all sorts of great stuff, and I have to say I learned it from watching YouTube videos. A lot
Sure,
of that
I have
stuff.
too. You bet.
But now that I know more and more about it, I wanted to get on it, get in there, do the plugs, find out how to do the basic stuff, because it's always different on a different car. And there's this question: well, if it doesn't need it, why are you doing it? Well, because I want to know. I just want to know. We're going to have this. You have a third car. You're lucky just to have a car that's even a truck. Even we're lucky. Keep it running.
Lucky to have the gas.
What's that?
Lucky to have the gas in it.
I do have gas in it, thank God.
Yeah, right.
As a matter of fact, every time I look at the gas price, I almost have a heart attack. Every time I drive past the gas station, I'm like, "Ooh, just keep going. We're not going to stop today, old girl."
You're
Well,
still
I
good.
suggest you take a defibrillator with you.
Yeah.
Go to the gas station.
Yep.
If you get a heart attack, you
That's
just
good.
put it on yourself and hit.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Shadow. I like that.
Yeah.
See, a defibrillator is all I need. The other car that I have is the Prius. That's a daily driver. Everyone's driving it now because no gas, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would take a defibrillator. You can't use jumper cables. It's too much power.
My car had a heart attack. Clear.
Oh, and full tank of gas.
Nobody touched the car.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a shock.
Clear.
Adventures with Zog has a pretty good point here. I meet a lot of hikers who rely on their phone for navigation, yet know not how to read a map. Disaster waiting to happen right there. I agree.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
They rely too much on their phone and their navigation system on the phone. I never trust that.
Yeah.
I can't read it on the phone, to be fair. I don't
it's
understand
difficult.
that you map your own way in these apps. No. As a matter of fact, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But that's where the kids have an advantage, but we have an advantage over them also. I can take a compass, and sight it, set the heading, and go. They can't do that, but they can also set up any app on their phone in 30 seconds to find or do anything. Where I would be like, get this thing out of my hands, I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We have to learn from each other.
Yeah, they don't have that backup, and I have to admit, I do feel that the people who entered the Army or entered any kind of service branches of your country, you learn these basic skills, and they don't throw these out the window with the technology currently. The basics are still the basics, and we stopped conscription in the 70s, mid to late 70s, I think, and I think a lot of people post conscription really kind of didn't learn much of anything after that, unfortunately. In that sense, in those,
I was in the Air Force, and our technical manuals for repairing. I worked on F-16s most of the time, and our manuals were a small work guide. It was a book, and I watched videos of the Air Force today, and they've got laptops.
Yeah.
So what happens when the laptop doesn't work anymore? I hope they've got book backup. I would hope.
Get the defibrillator.
Yeah. But we also had to take the job guide books and then use this basic mechanical knowledge and know your systems.
Yeah. Air, fuel, or electric.
Hey, Balut John, it sounds like you've been to the Philippines before. I would guarantee you he's been to there. Balut.
Balut John.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would imagine. Either that or he really likes Balut.
Some people do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But, all right. It is just before 6 o'clock, guys. I do have to make dinner for a little guy. I do have to go. Thank
Okay.
you for having me on.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to have you when you show up, which
Take
is not
care.
that frequently, but when you do, it's always nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got that 3-letter word JOB, and
Yeah, I know.
it's just
Mhm.
yeah. But thank you guys, and it's good to always meet new people. CR, it's always good to not see you, I guess. And Bob, it's great to
Nice
meet
to meet you
you.
today, John.
And of course, Matt, if he's still around, that was nice to meet him. And of course, Uncle Al and the host of the show, Shadow Scout Swede, the coolest
Yeah.
name ever, Shadow Scout Swede. That
Yeah.
Shadow Scout, that is the coolest.
There's CR
There he
waving
is.
goodbye.
What's up?
Mhm. Bundled
Good
up
to
like
see
a
you.
Canadian.
Good to see you
Like,
again.
thank you all for the great conversation. Have a great night.
You're very welcome.
Good night, John.
See you around.
I know John for a long time now. A
Nice
couple of
guy.
years.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's really a nice guy.
Oh, you've been to the Philippines 6 times. Right on. Yeah, I've I got a little house over in Davao. That's where we're going to retire.
Yeah, I know you have been here. Okay,
Uh-huh.
they've
Yeah.
been there 6 times. Okay,
Yeah, he's been to the Philippines because I mentioned it. Looks like he's been there a few times now.
yeah,
No.
yeah. Inspired John, I have known for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Yankee.
Yankee. Okay.
Yeah, Yankee's Outdoor Adventures. Um, he's a Lenape Indian.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
He lives in Ohio.
Yeah, we got a lot of Indian tribes here in Washington State. Many, many, many. I grew up with a bunch of them. Good people, man.
Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm.
And you can learn a lot of things from them.
Certainly.
Especially those who are in the older generations.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
There's a tribe of them here where they bought a lot of forest land, and the older folks hold classes to teach the young ones how to. Example is how to peel bark off of a cedar tree so you don't kill the tree, and how to weave traditional baskets out of the bark. And it's really an art to it. I subscribe to them. It's called the Muckleshoot tribe. They're here in Washington State. And I was impressed about how they're teaching the young people the old traditional ways to where you can make it yourself. You don't have to buy it.
yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what this is.
Yeah.
I wonder what this is.
Snow.
Hey, I wonder what all this is right here. I wasn't
You
joking
keep
about the snow.
keep that up in Canada, will you please? Don't.
And I have rain and 6 or 7 plus degrees
Fake
Celsius.
snow, everyone. Just fake snow.
Which
You know, that's
7 degrees Celsius
made
is
with
around
potatoes.
44
Yeah,
Fahrenheit.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fake
yeah.
And rain.
Same with us,
In
Shadow. It's been
November.
rain and rain and well, I'm farther south than you guys are, and rain and rain. Today we actually had a break. It's been raining 3 days now, nonstop. Yeah, it is LG. It's a great thing. I think it's great. that they're teaching the Muckleshoots are teaching their kids and grandkids how to be self-reliant, and it's beautiful. I think they have a YouTube channel. I subscribe to their channel, and I'm learning things from them too. Yeah, here we go. Tool maintenance day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
it has nice sound. It has the nice
Mhm.
sincere sound. I like that sound.
There you go. ASMR.
Do you need a haircut?
Whack. Yeah, you're done. One swipe.
A little bit off the top. Not that much.
Not that much. Yeah. Hey, I need that ear. Give it back. Well, yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, Lord. So how is everything going on your side, Bob?
Yeah, how are you, boss?
Yeah, good here. Got great new neighbors.
You sound happy.
Oh man, it's such a relief. It's almost like leaving combat and coming back to a peaceful place is how it feels in many ways. But yeah, like I said, tomorrow or Monday, I've got junk removal coming. And then a few days after that, we'll get the big stuff moved over. And I can finally set my shop back up. And then like I've got some fighting gear to hang up on the walls. And I can't do any of that stuff until we get the movers to bring stuff in and then get them out of the house, and then I can place stuff, because I'm still in that mentality of home invasion mentality, and I'm going to stay there. I'm going to stay there because it might be a nice area, a nice neighborhood right now, but 2 years from now it could turn into a hell on earth like where we just left. So I'm going to keep weapons of different types close
keep your
at
guard
hand.
up.
Yeah, exactly. I think it'd be a good idea if I did, because I saw in the last location how quickly things can go bad, or not. It's really not quick. It's slow, progressive deterioration. But yeah, I will definitely keep my guard up no matter where I live. There we go. 3
Are
and
those
1.
neighbors reliable and helpful
Yeah.
compared to the old ones?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, like Halloween night, I saw one of the neighbors setting up a steel fire pit out on the street, and they lit a fire, and they're all sitting around the fire. And I got my coffee and I walked over. I said, "Oh, I guess this must be the place, huh?" They, "Hi, Bob. We've been doing this here for the last 20 years." They set up a fire pit out there, and one of the wives had a giant bowl of candy, and that's how they pass out so there's someone present watching the area while they're sitting around the fire. I was like, this is a good place. Yeah, the neighbors so far are all really decent people. I haven't run into a bad one at all. So, but that's the difference between someone who's buying a home and a renter. A lot of people who rent don't care, and
Exactly.
I ran into that quite a bit.
Anunnaki the One, welcome to the stream, my friend. Good to see you.
Well, we are LG. It's really really nice here, and well, like example is I told the neighbors that we're gonna be traveling during December. We're gonna go overseas and visit family, and they'll watch the place for us. But my son and all are also gonna stay here as well. So they know who's going to be here, who's not going to be here, who belongs, who doesn't belong. Which is a good thing, because when I was renting, I only found one neighbor out of all the 10 years that we lived there that I would even dare tell them that we're leaving. Because the rest.
Oh, is that? It was that one guy here.
Oh, the stalker? No.
No. The really buffy guy, buff guy.
Oh, the one in the Philippines?
Oh no! I thought you were talking about your old place.
Yeah. One. Even all our neighbors over the last 10 years, we didn't tell them that we're going to go on vacation, because when you're living among all renters, it's hard to know who they are. So they might be a nice guy right now, but they also might be someone just waiting for you to leave your house.
And you don't know who says anything to anyone else. So
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
People like to talk, so it's like
they do.
Told them.
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to tell them.
I didn't rob you, but a buddy of mine did.
Oops.
So you have at least neighbors you can trust.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if you and your wife go on vacation,
mm-hmm.
They'll grab a meal for you.
Would they
and stuff.
look after your house?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you will not be worried about they steal anything?
Yep. Plus, we've got one of the first things we did was a very high-end security system installed here. So I'm sitting here right now watching my outside cameras right now. And it's a high-end security system, and the house won't be completely empty either. There's always someone here, always.
Yeah, make it look busy. At least.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
I learned that from Home Alone. Keep it busy.
Oh, yeah.
I learned that.
Uh-huh. Well, there's a lesson in that. There is a lesson in that, yeah.
Yeah. I learned that. Make it look occupied and busy.
For my vacation? No. No, I'm just doing some maintenance on some of my yard working tools today, getting them oiled and cleaning all the yuck off of them too. So.
Well, it starts to stick, then they're less effective. Then it's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Tennessee. We don't need cameras. We got too many guns owned by, even kids even sleep sometimes with doors unlocked. Says Anunnaki.
Well, good for you. It won't be that way forever. Trust me. I've been through it. Won't be that way forever. As soon as fentanyl moves into your area, yeah, good luck. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I used to see where we used to live. Yeah, I woke up in the morning, and even during broad afternoon, more than once, several times, people passed out 20 yards away from my front door from fentanyl. Unconscious, completely unconscious. Again and again, people going into meth meltdowns, and it yeah. But that's, yeah. Wherever you live, I hear that all the time. Oh, I live out in the sticks and we got nothing to worry about. Well, yeah, you do, because they drive cars too. Remember that. They steal cars, they drive cars, and they come right out to your neighborhood.
unless they're way out in the middle of like nowhere, and it takes like 5 hours to even drive it, and they're an hour to walk in. Yeah, but
Well, they got who got Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's not a very smart thing to admit online. If you're aware of something like that, you need to keep that to yourself.
Lynn Whistler, we have welcome, my friend.
hi, Lynn.
We have the myth problem in Vancouver, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think
Yeah.
crime's up out there too. Up there too, if I remember right.
It's the same poison that's destroying Seattle right now. Seattle,
Yeah.
Tacoma, Spokane, all the big cities. It's just rotting
Well,
from the
yeah.
inside out.
Yep.
But yeah, I was showing you guys that triangular scraper. That and this little Mora knife are on my work table 24/7, and I use these two for more than almost anything else I've ever had. Good tools.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to get it.
I was gonna say I keep my Mora nearby too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this little one for wood carving. I've used this more than any other knife I've ever had. All right, I'm gonna get
It's a good knife.
Yeah, made by the Swedes, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure.
Be right back, guys.
All right.
All right. Balut John says, I heard noise in the bush. I'd empty my handgun, then go back to sleep. Well, that is another way to do it. I hope you hit something.
So Shadow, did I tell you that it's supposed to even get colder?
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to get more used to it, because I know it's going to get colder. So.
Yeah. Anunnaki says, we don't care because we are a free state. We only contract with federal government. We don't even pay taxes here. But if you come here, you will need to build your merits and contribute for 5 years. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. And after 5 years of contribution, then you are considered to become part of Tennessee. We don't just let people move in and have automatic rights.
Got to earn them, right?
Know that. I didn't know that, so thanks for the information. My favorite outdoor clothing company is Swedish Fjällräven. Yeah. They make really good clothes, but they are expensive. But the quality is really good. I had a jacket made by them when I was a teenager.
Like a winter jacket?
No, that was more like a summer jacket.
Oh, okay.
My grandfather bought it for me and my brother. So, hey, James Guy, welcome, my friend. Good to see you, and thanks for the thumbs up, my friend.
Hi, James.
I know I keep getting told off by the missus for buying their clothing. Yeah. But you have good quality. You have to tell me your missus that. That is quality, my friend.
I mean, if the jacket lasts for 5 years, I mean, that's 5, even 10 years. You know, as an adult, that's pretty good.
I know one. A friend of mine. He has a jacket from them, made by them, uh, uh, and he had it for over 20 years, and it's still working
Yeah,
perfectly.
I mean, if you
It's hold
paid
up.
500, let's say if you paid like $500 for that kind of jacket, 20 years, but that's 20 years worth though. Over, you know what I mean? Like 500, but over 20 years.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
As a Tennessean citizen, I can even build my own weapons in my own backyard, accordingly and according to our state constitution, which they been trying to change and failed past 75 years. Okay, thanks for the information. I didn't even know that either, so.
All right. Okay, what do we got going on here now, Shadow? What did I miss?
Anunnaki tells a little bit about Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
If you go to Tennessee and will live there, you have to contribute for 5 years. To build your merits.
I never heard of that before.
And after 5 years of contribution, then you are considered to become part of Tennessee. We don't just let people move in and have automatic rights.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've never heard of a state having to do that.
Yeah, information is part of wealth. That is something they can't take from you. Your knowledge.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I don't know how every state works in US. I don't have that knowledge. I know basically in general how USA have more liberal gun laws and things like that. But it varies from state to state.
Yeah, each state has its own constitution. And then there's the federal constitution, the U.S. Constitution. That's basically, put it that way.
Yeah. I didn't. That is something I didn't know anything about. That the states had their own constitution. That is new to me.
Yeah, it's a way of keeping us from Well, it keeps us all unified as one country, but also it's a way to address specific needs for each region of the country. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I can't remember what year they bought Alaska from the Russians. I can't recall.
It was a long time.
Yeah,
It must be in about somewhere around
1849, somewhere in there, I think. About the same time they came into California. Somewhere
Yeah.
in there, somewhere after that, somewhere after that.
Yeah, I heard the price back then. What I have learned from our history books here, it said they bought Alaska for $1 from Russia.
Oh, that's how they taught you guys? I know it was more than $1, but well, what they did, 1847, the gold rush, and
Yeah.
the reason why they did that was because they were going to get Alaska from Russia and they were going to get California from Mexico. So they basically they colonized by telling the American public, "Oh, all this land for free, da, 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 and there's gold everywhere," and they colonized those two places. That's basically at the same time, called the Gold Rush, 1847 or 1849, and yeah, and it was a long-term plan, and well, like example was the United States invaded and fought Mexico in 1847 to unstabilize their government and their system so that they could eventually take California. So in 1849, they said, "Oh, there's all this gold in California." So thousands of people from the rest of the country immigrated into California. So basically, now the Mexican government that was there was overwhelmed. You're outnumbered from no longer that many Mexicans. There's far more Americans. So, but prior to that, they had sent some U.S. military and a lot of mercenaries to the government in California, and I think the governor of California, he only had 6 Mexican military guards guarding him. And guess what? Hey, hello. We brought all these mercenaries with us from Tennessee and Kentucky, and then shortly after that, they declared that there's gold all over California, where they were just flooded with Americans.
Yeah. U.S. bought Alaska from Russia for a cost of $7.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
And it was March 30, 1867.
1867, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I remember that from our history books they bought Alaska for $1. I have no idea. I have no idea.
I don't
because
know.
I remember it from school, the $1 for some reason. But back then we didn't have any internet, so we couldn't check anything up.
Right.
And I told my teacher, $1, that was cheap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like in 1898, the Spanish Empire was dissolving. It went broke because all of their wealth came from Mexico. mining gold and silver, and they'd send all that wealth from Mexico into Cuba, then from Cuba into Spain to the Spanish royal family and all that. Mexicans defeated Spain. They had enough, and they basically kicked them out. I can't remember what year that was. It was like 18, maybe 20 or 30 years prior to, maybe 1850s, I think. And then the Spanish Empire started going broke. So the U.S. invaded the Philippines. We also sent mercenaries and firearms over to the Filipinos to help arm them to fight Spain, you know. But what I'm saying is that when the Spanish American War was over, the U.S. bought the Philippines, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and in there was Guam and a few other places for $8 million. And that's how we got people over in the Philippines and in Guam and etc.
Yeah, it's Spanish viceroy, lacking money, provisions, and troops, was forced to accept Mexican independence on August 24th, 1821.
1821. So basically 40 years later, when the U.S. was standing back waiting for them to go broke, and that's when they went and grabbed some of Spain's imperial colonies abroad. It's part war, part business, you know.
Yeah. Anunnaki says they kicked them in the nuts. Lol. Spain also suffered huge loss after the U.S. helped South America through Philippines and freed Philippines from Spain, only to take over. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we had the very longest war until Vietnam. The Filipinos fought the U.S. and they were. So we fought them for 2 years up in the north, and mostly the Christian people. It was a good solid fight for a couple of years, and then they said forget it, you know. But then the U.S. made a big mistake, and they went in the south of the Philippines, and they didn't. The Americans had never encountered Muslims, and they didn't know what they were getting themselves into. The Spaniards were accustomed to Islam and how to fight them. We were not. We fought in the Philippines and Mindanao from 1899 until 1914, and they didn't know how to fight Islam. They basically stepped into a hornet's nest, and eventually they just went, oh, okay, you know, you guys keep your areas. We're out of here. We can't win this. Yeah, the old days of imperial building that's just crazy. It's better to do business than fight somebody.
My school teacher asked me my tribe, then said, "No, you're not there, all dead from smallpox." I said, "Well, I must be a ghost from Newton, North Dakota, USA."
Must be a ghost. Yeah.
Well, John, you are very much alive.
Very much alive. Yeah.
So if John's tribe would be totally extinct, John would not be here.
Maybe he's a ghost in front of a keyboard.
Yeah.
Are you a ghost, John?
Your teacher is libturd with purple hair. Lol. Uh,
A libtard.
Never heard that word before.
It's kind of like saying a liberal retard. You know,
Ah,
libtard. Yeah.
ah. Oh Lord.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you had to pay all those back taxes, man. That
Yeah,
sucks.
totally. I probably. Yeah, I think I paid totally in bills the around 17,000.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's ouch.
Hmm.
That's a huge kick in the nuts.
Yeah, we had to. My wife stopped in at the office where we were living there in that rental house, and she paid off the balance. We had to break the lease because this house was the right one at the right time, you know. So we broke the lease there, and that they charged us $5,000 to break the lease and all that other stuff. So
Ooh.
yeah, and the manager said, you know, you guys don't need to worry about cleaning the house that much. Just, you know, you've been here for 10 years, you've been good tenants, so just pay the balance and clean it a little bit if you want. But and so that was good news. But Mrs. and I will stop in there on Sunday and check my son's progress on his move out of that place and clean just a little bit. And then junk removal comes on Monday, and that's the first step to finally getting out of there. So
Yeah,
I know.
then I know when we do our taxes every year, once a year,
Mhm.
it says if you going to get back some money from them or if you have to pay them back money. And the reason you have to pay back money is I have paid too little tax, so
Yeah,
that's why.
it's like that here, Shadow. Um, we had to do that, and we had to pay back a lot until we went to an accountant to do the taxes, and she told us to how to get around that was having a larger amount of taxes removed from each paycheck.
Yeah,
And then as it is now, we're pretty much breaking even and maybe getting a little bit back. So
yeah,
Mrs. Mrs. is a one of those math Asians. She took that on and calculated all the numbers, and from then on, we didn't owe anymore. You know, I don't know. I'm sure your laws there are different than ours here, but
yeah.
you might you
It's
might
the
want
IRS.
to you might want to look into that and see if there's a method that you can do that yourself, having more taxes taken out of each paycheck.
Yeah,
That's what solved it. Yeah.
from my paycheck from my work,
Hmm.
I get paid 5 times, 5 days a week. I
Uh-huh.
get paid for because I'm not fully employed, so I don't have full salary.
Hmm.
So I had to pay more. I told my boss's wife, she was in the office,
Hmm.
so I told her, I need to pay more in taxes because I got this huge sum I had to pay back. And okay, and, how much do you want to pay back? Pay more. I said I pay 300 more in taxes, and that would be equal it out,
Very good.
make it even.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. Was when I was still working for Boeing, I had to go onto the Boeing website and change the dollar amount they were deducting out of each paycheck, and when I adjusted it. My wife did it. Same thing with her work as well.
Okay, and Adventures with Zog. Take care, stay safe, and God bless.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by. But this time it sucked really when I noticed now over 6,000. Oh man.
Yeah. Ouch. Huh.
Yeah. That was like they cut my crown jewels off. Well, it feels like that.
Uh-huh.
I expected to get something back. No.
Surprise. Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's see. I might go buy some ale. I might go down there today and buy some. Let me check and see if they're open today. It also gives Mrs. a reason to scold me when she comes home from work if I've been drinking.
So she's doing that, huh? If
Oh,
you're
just a
drinking.
little bit. Yeah, Mister, don't do it every day. You know I don't. Mister, she gives me that one raised eyebrow. Mister.
Well, I hope you're not drinking and going talk to that Miss Werner
Yeah.
you always talk about. If you
Oh yeah.
do,
I live dangerously. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I tease her about Miss Verna, and there's another real pretty Filipina called Ru Beauty here on YouTube, and just to give her a jab. She doesn't get jealous about like if I mention like Shakira or anybody, but if I mention a Filipina, that's when she just, ha, Mister.
Yeah, and she stand behind you with a flip flop,
Yeah.
and you with the beer in your hand and the cigarette in
Pop.
the other hand.
Yeah, the
Ah,
pop.
that was my
Ow.
beer.
Yeah. Knocks a beer right out of my hand. Smash. Yeah.
Ah,
It's just a joke between us because she knows that I'm always here at the house. I always do the right thing. And I just like to
yeah,
tease her about that kind of shit. I'm not going out catting around, man. That's just good way of
that's
ruining your life.
yeah. How's Sweden doing regarding all them snack bars refugees? They're snack bars refugees. I never heard that word before, but snack bars refugees, that was a new thing. Well, there are still problems with those gangs, criminal gangs. We still have issues with them, which is sad. And the cops, well, they do what they can, but I guess they don't have enough resources to handle it. And now when we have a new government, they want to try to solve this criminal gangs, those clans, as they call them. But I don't think the government will be able to solve that. And that is what the right-wing government we have now has said, that we will deal with these criminal clans, but I don't think they will be able to solve it, or so. I don't think so. I don't think they can, because it's a huge problem. I feel you, man. Remember, I was born among the animals and know how they operate. They need the rod. Always the rod, because they have no thinking brains. Huh. Yeah. A couple of days ago, a guy was shot to death. I believe that he was around 26 years old. And he didn't have any criminal records or anything. So it makes you think. The government wants to deal with them, give them longer jail time, but I don't think so. I have no idea. Anunnaki. I have no idea. I think the cops look for the guilty ones, but that will probably take some time before they find anything, or any lead to whom. So back in Iraq, if you murder your own citizens, you get the rope. If anyone murder an Iraqi, they get the bullet to the heart. But all that is gone thanks to Saddam Hussein sold Iraq for nothing. Well, I don't know anything about that, but you are probably correct. And I can tell you guys that I'm not pleased with this government we have now. Because, number one, they cannot accomplish nothing, or, well, not that much. Number two, our government is weak at this point. So if the government is weak, they can't do much. They can't. A strong government can do a lot more because they have the strength to do things a weak government cannot, because they don't have the strength to deal with it. So now we have to deal with a right-wing government. I'm really disappointed. And I think they will make things even worse. Four years until the next election. So that sucks, really. That really sucks. I agree. My country is beautiful. I agree with that. And I really hope we do. But the problem is we have the SD, or the Swedish Democrats, that are the second largest party. So they will make things even harder for those refugees. So
refugee would be tough, man. That would be something I don't care to experience.
yeah, they will tighten it even harder, make it even more harder for them. They will change the rules. Oh, I don't like the right wings. Oh, boy. Well, our right wing here is a little bit different compared to US.
Well, here's my Native American wife shows up. She's home from work.
Yeah.
I got my garage door open. I'll bounce out of here soon and go get a growler and do some more messing around and wait till Mrs. comes home and she can get all pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's cute. She's a cute neighbor.
And you have the best tech in steel and heavy equipment. We used to buy your Scania trucks, loaders, backhoes, and all heavy equipment. Yeah, we have really good trucks and loaders and backhoes and all the heavy equipment.
I had a couple of Swedish Mauser rifles. Oh,
yeah.
You Swedes are good machinists. Good machinists, man.
It is the 6.5 millimeter.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I have shoot with a 6.5 millimeter Mauser.
Hmm.
I did that when I was 15 years old. Oh my, that was really wonderful weapon.
Sweet rifle, absolute. I had bought I bought one, and then later on I bought another one, and I went to test it out with some of my friends, and I took a Coca-Cola can and set it up out at about uh, I don't know, 80 yards, maybe 100 yards out in
Yeah,
the forest, and I lay down and bang. Now I know I hit it. Click, 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 bang. And the second one, it flew. And I went up to it, and then I had to run it over my friends. I said, "Look at that! This thing went clean through that empty can and didn't even move it on the first shot."
yeah,
That is my hat's off to you Swedes because of the research and development you put into that bullet, and then your
yeah,
machine shops, beautifully made, high quality machining. Yeah. And so I started reading about that rifle cartridge that they tested the bullets on cadavers for a long time to see what
yeah,
it would actually do on a human body, and they developed it right down to just a absolute beautiful bullet. 6.5 by 55 Swede Mauser. It's like both of mine were made by the Carl Gustaf company,
yeah,
and I
yeah,
think Husqvarna made some of them too. But for a military rifle, that is the perfect bullet. It's
yeah.
perfect to me.
Y- And the Nucky, yeah, they are really accurate.
Extremely.
Five round bolt action,
Hmm.
and it works nice and smoothly. It
It is
doesn't it doesn't misfired or anything. It
perfect.
just it
Both,
fi-
yeah,
fired all the time.
always. You could rely on it. You
Yeah,
know, they took that German Mauser design, and the Swedes in their machine shops polished and fitted everything even better than a German Mauser. And well, you look at it like the M16 is 5.56. This
yeah,
is 6.5, a little larger diameter, but the length on the bullet is 55 millimeters. So
yeah,
it's the bullet is more stable with side wind because it's a little bit heavier, and the mushrooming effect on striking the target is enormous. You've got 55 millimeters that mushroom down to a giant hole coming out the other side. Devastating bullet, just extremely accurate. I think both of my Swede Mausers were made right around 1913, somewhere in there, and they were
yeah.
still perfect. Oh, I really
Mm,
don't know. I don't know. I don't have any more of my surplus rifles anymore. I I made some of them into furniture. I did. You know, I can weld, so I made them into artistic coffee table and end table out of gun parts. So I switched over to more modern firearms. That's easier to get parts for them, and it's easier to get ammunition and all that. So what I wanted to do was narrow my collection down to where I could go to the hardware store and buy bullets anytime, any place. Yeah, reliability is priceless. That's to me is more important than anything else. Their LG, like right now, sitting right in front of me is a revolver. That's this. If I have to use it to protect myself, I that's why reliability is far more important than fancy, because I know when I pull the trigger on the Smith and Wesson, it's going to work, and it will work every time I pull the trigger. Well, some of the semi-auto pistols, example, sometimes they feed jam, sometimes the magazine springs get weak and it stovepipes on ejection. So yeah, if it comes down to it, for me, give me a revolver to protect my life with,
Here is the 6.5 by 55 millimeters.
Beautiful. I mean, your grandparents did their real research on that, and it's the perfect military cartridge as far as I'm concerned.
It says it was in service from 1894 to 1995.
Mm-hmm.
Used by United Kingdom, Sweden, and Norway.
There's an awful lot of them here in the U.S. Thousands and tens of thousands of them.
Yeah, and they had bullet mass type. They had 100 grain, 120 grain, 140 grain, 140.4 grain, 160 grain. That is a nice bullet. I'm gonna see if I can find a. There you have it.
Yep, that's it right there. The bolt, all that is left in the white, and you don't see any machine marks on those guns at all. They fitted and polished everything.
And these are really wonderful to use. And iron sights.
Spot on. That's all I ever used with mine was iron sights. I didn't need a scope.
I miss those rifles. This is, it says, Swedish Mauser rifle model 1896.
Correct.
Made by Carl Gustav Studs Gun Factory, 6.5 by 55 millimeter.
Perfect.
Patent approved 20 March 1896 from the collection of Army Museum, Swedish Army Museum, Stockholm. If you're gonna buy a rifle like this, and if you can find the 1896 model, you probably will pay. It will be expensive, probably, because it's hard to get the parts and.
Yeah. The thing that impressed me too was the recoil on that was very light, because it's a fairly heavy rifle and a relatively lightweight slug. So the recoil was doable, whereas like our Mauser rifle that we used was the 1903 Springfield, and that's a 30-06. And man, that thing wakes you up. It hits your shoulder hard. But you pick up a Swede rifle, it's like you can pull the trigger on a Swede rifle all day, but it does it's just beautifully designed. The research and development that went into that was fantastic. I can't say it enough. I mean, if you want to get a Swede Mauser, do it,
Yeah, prepare to pay for, put a lot of cash for it. It will probably not be under $500. I think that I would probably maybe around $900 and up. It depends on, and if you need parts, you have to go to a gunsmith who can create that specific part.
Yeah. Or if you're lucky, you can find somebody at a gun show who has got parts available because they are so old. They've been out of production for a long time. But if you get a good one, hang on to it. It's worth it. Now, that's part of, I used to have 303 Enfields and a couple of Swede rifles and a few other surplus guns. And then the politics between the ex-wife and I came into play. And then also the cost of those, the bullets for the imported surplus rifles was going up and up and up and up. And
Yeah.
I
now
stopped.
they probably astronomical high.
I could imagine. But I bought my Swede rifles, both of them, for less than $300. But this was back in the 80s. And right now, you could buy a Swede rifle for about the same price as you can get for an AR-15. And bullets are available. And whereas a 6.5 Swede, you might have to order them off of a website, and it's gonna cost you. No, I don't think it would be $10,000. No. I mean,
no. Maybe somewhere between 800 to, let's say, maybe 2,000. It depends on who you buy it from. And it depends also on if he need to order it from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
If he order it for, let's say, in $500, when he sell it to the customer, he had to put the price more, raise the price if he gonna make something profit from it. And probably it will be another cost, except for the rifle cost. It would probably be the customer costs and import costs and
I'm sure you could make the bullets cheaper yourself. I'm sure you could. Usually is a cost saving there. But I've been a shooter since I was a teenager, but I've never got into reloading, only because one thing, I smoke and I don't want to have that gunpowder around. That's why I've never gotten into reloading.
No, that could be really nasty if you drop your cigarette in the gunpowder bucket.
Yeah, or something, having a lighter sit around. And when my kids were young, a lighter is dangerous enough with young kids, and who knows if you've got gunpowder around. Could have your kid with a flash burn. That when I was raising kids, that was just completely out of the question, because children get into trouble instantly, just in a millisecond. They're into something they shouldn't be, so.
Yeah.
Well, I'll finish this smoke with you, and I'll go get that growler full of ale. But I just checked. I just put out a video a little while ago about how to kill sugar ants, and I put out some strawberry jam. I tested peanut butter and jam. They didn't. The peanut butter are called the protein ants, and the jam are the sugar ants. They went right for the jam. I mixed boraxo in with it, and they're consuming it fast. It's like they'll all be dead in about 3 days. Then the entire hive will be dead. A lot cheaper than calling an exterminator.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure about that, but
A goldsmith? Yeah, I suppose. Sure.
yeah, if you want a golden bullet.
Yeah.
But that ammo
Well,
will cost you.
yeah. I think overall, I made a good decision years ago to just stick with the rifles and pistols where the ammunition is available. You know, like a 12 gauge shotgun here, you can go to your local hardware store and buy 12 gauge shotgun shells. But if I got some other gauge or some other bullets, I don't want scarcity when it comes to ammunition. I want to make sure I can get it.
Chemistry is a major when it comes to making your grain and charger. Making shells and bullets is the easy part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so much to reloading that I just, I just said, heck, I'll just buy my bullets.
Yeah, and the problem with reloading is you can reload them a certain amount of times, because if you go over that, you can't reload them anymore.
Yeah, yeah. That brass does stretches out a little bit. And you got to trim
Yeah,
them, and I think you can trim them things just a couple of times, and then your brass is too thin, you might have an accident. I don't know. There's so much to it. But
yeah, probably.
all right. Well, Swede, I'm gonna go get my ale. You take care, my brother.
Yeah,
Stay safe out there, everyone, and God bless. Peace out.
take care. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Mary Bernie, good to see you. How are you doing? Good to see you, Mary. I'm doing good, Mary. I'm doing good. It's really simple chemistry for the gunpowder. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I made gunpowder, black powder myself, so I know how it is. Charcoal, sulfur, and potassium nitrate. Yeah. Yeah, it can be the tricky part, but I didn't have that problem when I made the black powder. Yeah, it's cool, Mary. Yeah, that too. Otherwise, you can't do anything with them. Dry environment, that's correct. I agree with you about that one too, Anunnaki. And that would be very, very painful experience. And I don't think any one of us would like to experience that. When I was a kid, you could buy potassium nitrate easy in the grocery store, but they took that from the shelf because if you mix potassium nitrate with sugar, you get some interesting effect. You get smoke. And I did that too. So that was pretty fun. But that was that kind of experiments you did when you were younger. What is the word for that? Um, can I find it here? No, I can't find it. Okay, Gary Gruden, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that you stopping by. Yeah, I have always my streams at Saturdays, same time, same place. So it's good to see you, and I appreciate that you stopping by. Take care, my friend. Stay safe, and God bless. The shells, best option. Well, only option you got is to be made from brass because it's non-conductive metal and doesn't rust. Hence the military term brass to the grass when engaging. Um, we had, when I was a kid, there were some older guys. They mixed sugar with another like it. The name of it was Chlorix. Um, and if you mix Chlorix with sugar, and what they did was they packed it in an old fire extinguisher and they light it on, and what happened was when you pack that, it says boom, and I could hear the bang from it, and it was pretty loud. But back then, when I was a kid, it was easy to get to buy Clorox, and sugar you can get from the grocery store. So easy to make something that makes a big bang. And that was very popular to make explosive from. But now you can't. Now it's really hard to come by Clorox. Um, hey, Michi Manalo, welcome, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. And the bullets, LG. Best option is to be made from bronze. It's softer than steel but stronger than iron. You can pit them with stainless steel pins, and that makes them armor-piercing bullets. Yeah, okay, that's okay, no problem. And besides, you have to do your laundry. I did that myself today, so and now my laundry hanging to dry. So I hope everything is just fine on your side, Michi. We have 5 in the house. 6 in the house. I wonder who they might be. Well, we'll find that out sooner or later. Not that one. That is good. I need to get some stuff to grow some veggies for the next year. I thought I should have the possibility and the opportunity to make some small, begin to grow some veggies this year, but I didn't have time, so I have to do. No, I never made it. Styrofoam to 1 part of kerosene. Okay, you obviously have more knowledge about that than I have. Styrofoam. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. That is a quick and easy way to make glue. Known as carpenter glue, also known as gorilla glue. And I guess that glue, when you make it, I believe you have to use it pretty quickly because otherwise it will dry out, get dry, harden, and yeah, you probably can if you use it when it's hard enough. That's fast. That is what I call fast dry glue. But otherwise, you okay, or it will dry like a rock. Yeah. Now you have your coffee now, Michi. Actually, I had enough with coffee for today, so no more coffee. I had bought a thin like this. Um, I don't know where I put it, but it is uh, um, how you make uh, any good sweet movies. Well, you have the if you're up to for police movies, um, you have the Beck. You have Hamilton. Um, uh, you also have um, it depends on if you're up for vampire movies. Um, we have actually two. The first one is uh, Frostbite, uh, Swedish vampire movie. Um, but it's on Swedish, so I don't know if that would be might a problem, unless and the other vampire movie is Let the Right One In. I don't know if we have made sci-fi movies. I can Google it, but oh, we obviously have sci-fi movies we have made. Actually, I didn't know that. Uh, the first sci-fi movie is called Aniara. Um, uh, copy. Name in name you may recommend? Name on what? Movies, or let's see, Aniara come out 2018. Yeah, Anunnaki, that one would probably be as an interest for you. Actually, I never seen the Aniara. I might should to see that, watch that movie someday. And I believe there are no 2 beers. It's not. Yeah, I know. I just checked up something, so I was a little bit focused on it. Okay, yeah, I agree, Anunnaki. That's from the description title. Yeah, I agree. It looks very interesting. Spaceship mission to save the humanity gone haywire. Yeah, you're very, very welcome. Lucy is a very good sci-fi. Okay, I need to check that up. Um, okay, that seems to be interesting movie too, Lucy. And it's directed and written by Luc Besson. Yeah, yeah. I have watched Babylon 5 too, and I like Star Trek, and I like Babylon 5. Um, Babylon 5 with Bruce Boxleitner, if I remember it correctly. Yeah, Bruce Boxleitner. Uh, Aniora looks very solid after watching the trailer. Very horrific scenario for the look of it. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that myself. Um, so I'm going to look into Aniora myself. Um, but that is something I have to do after I have done this streaming. So I would actually like to watch Babylon 5 again. I think I can see if I can find the Babylon 5 DVD box. Um, I like Babylon 5. It's a funny, funny series. Um, it is a lot of action in it. Yeah, we are very destructive. We should we should live in harmony instead of arguing. We are all people, same flesh, same blood. I agree, Anunnaki. I don't like either what humans do to other humans. And for what? For more power? What power is good when we all going to end up in our cemetery one day? Yeah. The problem with power is it gives you a rush and you want more. Was in this business one time owned by a couple, Jewish brothers. This Hindu salesman walks in. In a part of his sales pitch, he claims that he is a very religious man and he would never lie. Brothers talk. I agree. Brothers Talk Yiddish says we have a very well known saying. It translates to there is a sucker born every minute. Well, that makes sense. LG, that is a good question. I have no idea. Oh, you fly? Yeah, I forgot. You fly to Philippines tomorrow, right? Yeah, I agree. 2 beers. So I guess you have a lot of things to pack. 2 beers. Yeah, I hope you will have a safe flight and a safe trip. And I hope you get reach the Philippines in one piece. I know how to say it in Arabic. Okay, I can't even pronounce that. Well, it doesn't hurt to have them with you. Uh, if I were you, I would take them with me, just in case. You might need them. You never know. And I guess you get back um, after the winter, I guess. 2 beers. The Great Philippine Eagle. I'm not familiar with that one, but yeah, I hope 2 beers will have a great trip and safe. and a safe one. I'm not much for flying. I really don't like it. We were issued 2 iodine pills on request, just in case, because we are about 25 kilometers away from a nuclear generating plant. Okay. RG Arizona Homestead, good to see you. How are you doing, RG Arizona? I hope everything is okay with you. And besides, I need to take a bathroom break. I will be back in 30 seconds. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I know. But I don't play. I don't play with it, my friend. I'm doing well. Just cold out here in northern Arizona. And it's the third biggest eagle in the world after the Stellar eagle or North Oceans and Australian wedge-tailed eagle. Okay, that's cool. Well, it was another enjoyable live. Thank you. I'm going to head out. Take care and stay safe, everyone. Okay, LG, no problem. Take care, stay safe, and thanks for stopping by, my friend. I appreciate that. God bless, my friend. You got that right, 2 beers. Pia Lee, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you are doing good, Pia. We already had our first snowstorm a couple of days ago, but nice now, okay? We have rain and plus 7 degrees Celsius. That's 44 degrees Fahrenheit. I checked that up a couple of days ago. And rain. No snow. In November? We should have low temperatures and snow by now. But I haven't seen a snowflake. Stay inspired, not expired. I agree, Pierre. Yeah, it's nice when it's raining too. It's needed. But I think this year it will be a green Christmas. I prefer a white Christmas, not a green Christmas. You're very welcome, Pierre. The weather is really strange here now. It's something wrong with it. It doesn't feel normal. And the experts said that we would have a really cold November, like the one we had in back in the 90s, but I haven't seen that low temperature yet. We are still above the zero. Yeah, we have foggy mornings. Some days we have foggy mornings. Not every day, but it's pretty cool. What I'm drinking is basically something we drink for Christmas. I don't know if I can find to translate it, but oh, We call it Christmas must. Actually, 2 beers, I don't. Yeah, I don't trust those experts, but in this time I didn't trust them at all. But uh, when I read it, I said to my colleagues, uh, I think November will be warmer than normal. Yeah, it's pretty cool when the mornings are foggy. It gives you it gives you what do you call it? Cozy. I have to go to the corner store to reinvest my lotto winnings for the next draw this evening. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to do that. 2 beers. Indeed. Indeed, Anunnaki. Yeah. Weatherman is the best job in the world. You have 50% chance of getting it right. And if you don't, you never get fired. Well, that's true. Not to mention Earth don't just orbit the Sun in circles, but in elliptic motions and also have orbital planes, goes up and down as it orbits. Yeah, it also tilts on its own axis and shifts back and forth. Not to mention the Sun bombard our as unexpectedly with solar splits. Yeah, that too. Well, guys, I think I need to wrap things up. I need to try to get some sleep, and the missus pops up early in the morning, so I want to be awake when she drops in. Yeah, that too. Thanks, guys, for hanging out with me here, and as I said, I'll wrap things up now. So I need to prepare for bed and get some sleep so I can be awake when my wife comes back home tomorrow morning. And I appreciate every one of you guys. Thanks for stopping by. And I will see you in next week. Then you have the earth itself. Be, yeah, volcanic, crust shift into tectonic shifts. The list is long. Where are the experts there? Yeah, I agree. You're very most welcome, Anunnaki. It's always a pleasure to have you guys, and I appreciate every one of you. You know that. Uh, yeah, live long and prosper. Take care. Stay safe. Be prepared, and God bless. And I'm out. And I will see you guys in the next week.